Good afternoon. I declare the afternoon session open. I am requesting Ms. Mohammed to help me moderate this session, so I pass the mic to her. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the afternoon session. We're going to be focusing on ensuring delivery on the environmental dimension in the implementation of the 2030 agenda at the national, regional, and global levels. So really breaking down those three levels in our conversation today. Our focus is to identify policy, institutional, and other arrangements that are needed to ensure the integrated and effective delivery on the environmental dimension of the 2030 agenda and speed up its implementation at the three levels, global, regional, and national levels. We have two components to this. We have got a short time, 3 hours, and so time is of essence, and we will urge you in cooperating with the time. We have about 3 minutes for each minister. We do have the participation of two speakers who will set the scene for us and frame the discussion. And then we have 5 of our panelists up here. Mr. Wu Hongbo, the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. Dr. Carlos Lopez, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Ms. Inge Anderson, the Director General of the IUCN. Mr. Christian Friesbach, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. And last but not least, Mr. Robert Glasser, the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction. So we will have reflections of theirs through, as ministers speak, from both the global level, the regional level, and then some context to specifics for the environment. Without much ado, I would like to invite our distinguished speakers. We have two to set the pace here who will provide brief 5-minute framing interventions for the discussions. So it is my pleasure and honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Didier Dogli, the Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change of Seychelles.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. To make sure that I am within time, I would read my short statement. To answer the first question, how can cooperation and coordination among institutions be fostered to deliver more effectively the 2030 agenda? I believe that the 2030 agenda and post-2015 SDGs require massive investments in the forms of trillions of US dollars to transform development and shift the world economy onto a more sustainable trajectory. The challenges are huge and the SDG targets are very ambitious, and they can only be respectively addressed and achieved by a multiple of organizations and entities, including the United Nations agencies, intergovernmental organizations, intergovernmental financial institutes, civil society, and by the private sector. Cooperation and coordination between these entities can improve by 1, creating opportunities and a platform for the various organizations to meet and discuss how they can collaborate on matters of common interest. 2, strengthen existing channels of communication within existing and appropriate forum for meaningful and targeted exchanges to take place, that is within UNEA, the high-level political forum of ECOSOC, and different MEAs. Thirdly, create opportunities for members of bureaus and secretariat of multilateral environment agreements to meet and discuss potential collaborative efforts and create synergies between MEAs and UN agencies, intergovernmental organizations, and major groups. Fourthly, conduct a study and review existing reports to assess and map out areas of commonalities and duplication and make recommendations. And the same study identified a scope for potential partnerships and alliances, upscaling of efforts, and the utilization of comparative advantage of organizations to create synergy. The second question was, how can various existing processes promote integration in the UN system? The annual high-level political forum, which is the most inclusive and participatory political forum, have the mandate to provide political guidance, follow up, and ensure implementation of commitments under the 2030 agenda so that it meets its objectives. It should be the primary vehicle to ensure coordination and collaboration at all levels, and it should guide the process to achieve integration. In addition, there is the head of state meetings at the General Assembly every 4 years. There again, political guidance should be provided to ensure coordination and cohesion within the UN system. Within the UN system, UNDESA could play a central role in coordinating the contributions made by the various UN entities towards the SDGs in line with their mandate, responsibilities, and objectives. There are the options of this being done in a manner that covers all the SDGs at once or according to thematic areas. Through this process, it will be possible to identify where there are duplications and complementarities, which will lay the foundation for reviews and adjustments. Another channel that can provide valuable information is by utilizing the reports provided by member states and regional organizations in regard to various conventions and MEAs. The UN has a system called mainstreaming accelerated policy support that should also be utilized more effectively at the local level or at the national level. The third question was, how can UNEP contribute to strengthening the sense of collective ownership amongst its stakeholders to be actively involved in the implementation of the 2030 agenda? To achieve a stronger sense of collective ownership, UNEP, in my opinion, will have to do the following. Firstly, initiate new and strengthen existing partnership and alliances with key stakeholders at the global, regional, and national level. Create and strengthen existing channels of communication at various levels, in particular with member states and intergovernmental organizations. Make better use of regional organizations to build capacity and share knowledge. Fourthly, work with member countries to build awareness and support consultative and participatory process at national and local levels. Fifth, support countries in the elaboration of new or in reviewing existing development program in line with its mandate. Six, SDG goals are universal, but we must give special attention and recognize that countries have got specificities and priorities. Seventh, engagement of private sector and civil society, both at the international and national level, is of vital importance. And there must be support for developing countries, especially in particular with resources, that is funding, technology, and capacity building, because without the necessary support, some developing countries might find the SDG goals unachievable and might simply just give up. So this is to sum up, Madam Moderator, my intervention.
Thank you very much, Minister Dogley. And I'd now quickly go over to my sister, the Executive Director, CEO of Environmental Protection Agency in Liberia, Her Excellency, Ms. Anya Vohiri, to give us your response to that. And I would still plead that we don't read statements. We've asked all of you, please put aside your statements, because at any one time, I might just ask a member state a question and a response that we expect to some of these framing issues that we've put forward. We're trying to make this as interactive as possible, and I know it's hard when we are trying to move away from the way we've done things before. But I think you'll agree with me, we set some very high ambition last year, and for that we need a different response in the assemblies that we have in order to get the implementation of the 2030 agenda done. So, Ms. Bohiri, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. I will make just comments. She doesn't want me to talk more than 5 minutes. So what I have done is just to make some comments about the SDGs and how we align the SDGs with just protecting the environment, all of the other efforts we've been making. The environmental dimension of SDGs are critical. And when I was reading, trying to formulate answers to these questions, I wondered whether the environmental dimension had not been shortchanged, simply because if you look at the social and the economic dimensions of economic development, they all are really packaged in the environment. So this is a pretty good, place to start to look at it. That is very important, and there's a very good reason why we have to look at the environmental dimension. Talking strategically, politically, and financially, we have to have everybody working on it. We hear everywhere that is universal, is unifying, and it means that everybody has to get on board, and it means basically that we have to look at it holistically. I'm understanding that there is the alignment between the SDGs and the MEAs. In my agency, I started putting all of my focal points, MEA focal points together, and told them I didn't want anybody talking to me about climate change if they didn't bring all of the other conventions into the conversation. That is difficult. That requires a mind change because we do work in silos. We do work in, this department, sectorial. And so what I'm saying is that the SDG, we have to change it. The same mindset that created our problems, I think Albert Einstein said that. I'm kind of taking his concept. The same mindset that caused us all of these problems in the environment cannot be the mindset that will change it. So we have to think outside of the box. And I want to believe that the SDGs has already shown that we can think outside the box. The fact that we have UNEA means that we can think outside the box. And so, some of the ideas look, how would we successfully, achieve implementing the SDGs? One of mine suggestion is leadership. Leadership that has vision, that has passion for the environment, that has the knowledge to make the right decisions when it's necessary. So we start with that. I'm from a country where we are struggling with even answering the question of what is the environment, asking my government to commit, and trying to commit when you are also trying to build infrastructure, roads, all of the balancing act you have to go to. Everything is competing in a country like Liberia. So that's one of the major challenges of implementing the SDGs. But I believe that we have the wherewithal to do it. We have to make sure that the SDGs and the MEAs are being seen as holistically, because I can't really think of one MEA, one of the conventions, that doesn't pick up a number of the different SDGs. So I think just to make sure that I don't go over my 5 minutes and give you an opportunity to ask questions, I'll quit. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I can say now that's the way we want to do it. Women are leading the way. Madam Vohiri has talked to us about courageous leadership and also about silo busting and the need for being complementary rather than competing, even though there is a reality of tensions within what there is to share and to put forth in terms of investing on a sustainable development agenda. But clearly, synergy for solutions will get us sustainability, and that message is loud and clear. We're now going to move to our ministerial list. It is really long. We have over 50 speakers, so I again urge you to speak to the issue and put aside your statement. We're going to begin with the groups here that have asked to speak. The first being Argentina on behalf of the G77, be followed by the European Union and its member states. Argentina, you have the floor. Argentina, 1 minute gone. Is something wrong with the microphone?
Yes. No,
Okay.
Ahí están. Use other mic.
We need to green the technology.
That's another topic.
Yes. Perhaps while we're waiting for Argentina's mic to work, we could ask the European Union and its member states to take the floor, please. Ooh, the European Union as well? Okay. Okay. To save some time, and
Yes.
Argentina is working?
Yes, thank you very much.
You have the floor.
Good afternoon. The ministers of G77 and China are pleased to participate in this high-level segment. We acknowledge the cardinal role of UNEA in shaping environmental, social, and economic development in order to narrow the gap between the developing and developed countries. UNEA, too, has the opportunity to build upon the foundations of what the international community has agreed on. 2015 has been a holistic year, a historic year, which has witnessed the adoption of the framework for disaster risk reduction, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, the Paris Agreement on climate change, and last but not least, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Moreover, the third United Nations Conference on Housing and Sustainable Development will convene in October to adopt a new human settlements agenda that complements those agreements and completes a comprehensive framework for international sustainable development for the years to come. We must also follow this trend with the highest level of commitment so as to ensure a positive outcome from UNEA too. In doing so, we should bear in mind that UNEP's role is to adopt policies and catalyze international action. Therefore, resolutions and decisions must be respectful of UNEP's mandates. We welcome this opportunity for working closely to the major groups and other stakeholders, and we encourage their participation while respecting the intergovernmental nature of UNEP. The main theme of the ministerial dialogue, delivering on the environmental dimension of 2030 Agenda, is highly valued by us, as we believe that UNEP has a crucial role to play in supporting the implementation of all the goals and targets within our own countries and at regional and global level, taking into account different national realities, capacities, and levels of development, and respecting national policies and priorities. For the group of 77 and China, the Environment Assembly embodies the notion that challenges are best addressed when community of nations and citizens of the world join forces to promote economic prosperity, social equity, and environmental sustainability in a holistic manner. UNEA 2 is set to define not only the future of the United Nations Environmental Programme for the next few decades, but also its institutional framework and programmatic platform for the years to come. A strong participation of ministers from all regions helps to define the relevance of the United Nations Environmental Assembly well into the future, including strengthening UNEP's regional and sub-regional presence for effective delivery of support to member states. International cooperation in all of its forms, including North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation, is essential in order to strengthen the exchange of experiences, improve coordination, and improve and further develop UNEP's support to member states. The ministers firmly believe that UNEP, as part of the United Nations system, should help member states, in particular developing countries, to design transparent measurements of progress on sustainable development that go beyond per capita income, building on existing initiatives as appropriate. This should recognize the multidimensional nature of poverty and the social, economic, and environmental dimension of domestic output and structural gaps at all levels. We reaffirm UNEP's role in the assessment of the environment in armed conflict and post-conflict situation. We also support prioritizing measures to promote gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in all spheres of our societies. We also believe that UNEP has an important role to play in mobilizing financial and non-financial resources for development as well as capacity building. Without a breakthrough international cooperation in the field of technology, shifting to a more sustainable path would be very difficult and burdensome for developing countries. Closing technological gaps is an indispensable requirement for poverty eradication as well as a key instrument for reducing inequalities within and among countries. We encourage all ministers to deliver a strong message as an outcome for this high-level segment, which should be the result of fruitful exchange, consensus, and the constructive spirit of work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Argentina, for G77 and China. I now give the floor to the European Union and its member states. Just one remark here. You don't need to press, technically, you don't need to press the speak button. It is already registered with your names and it will come on straight away.
Thank you, President. The European Union and its member states welcome that delivering on the environmental dimension of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development has been selected as the overarching theme for this UNEA. Taking place only a few weeks before the meeting of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, this Assembly is the right moment to discuss the 2030 Agenda, which presents a unique opportunity to put the world on a more sustainable development path that is long overdue. Now, we need to put the 2030 Agenda to work to make it a success in each of our countries as well as globally. We cannot achieve sustainable development unless environmental aspects are fully taken into account and unless the planetary boundaries are fully respected. What can we, the world's environment leaders, do to make this happen? We see 4 key areas where we use UNEA, where we as UNEA can and should act. First, we should advocate for integration of the environmental dimension across implementation plans at global, regional, and national levels. Second, we should discuss and agree actions that we can take domestically or collectively in collaboration with our colleagues working in other relevant areas to deliver on the environmental dimension. Third, we should find ways to engage civil society, science communities, and the private sector in an effective manner. Fourth, we should commit as UNEA to regularly reviewing delivery of the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and passing key recommendations to the HLPF. We also see this Assembly as an opportunity to establish the modalities by which UNEP, the leading global environmental authority, can contribute to delivering the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda. I wish to highlight a few key areas. UNEP should help ensure the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda is fully integrated into UN system support for implementation of the Agenda at regional and country level. UNEP should promote the coherent implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development at global level across the United Nations system. UNEP should ensure active participation of all relevant stakeholders and explore new mechanisms to promote transparency and the effective engagement of civil society, including through initiating or strengthening multi-stakeholder partnerships. UNEP should continue to foster partnerships with the private sector to boost innovation, highlight effective technologies and methods, create synergies and leverage investments. UNEP should play a key role in monitoring and review of the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. UNEP should provide its input to the global follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have taken this opportunity to propose a resolution to advocate these clear roles for UNEP and UNEA in delivering the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We thank all the Member States for their constructive discussions on this and look forward to its adoption. Thank you. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much, European Union and its Member States. I now yield the floor to Uganda for the Africa Group.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the African Group. I begin by congratulating the President-elect, Edgar Espereta, for the deserved election to be the President of UNEA. And for those who know him and have visited his country as I have done, we are very confident the affairs of these institutions are in competent hands. I want to pay tribute to his predecessor, Her Excellency Ayun. She did an excellent job, and I thank the outgoing Bureau for the outstanding work they have done for the institution. We welcome the new Executive Director of the institution, Eric. We look forward to working with him with high expectations. Allow me to pay special tribute to our friend Akaim Steiner, the outgoing Executive Director of UNEP. He gave an excellent and inspiring policy statement this morning, and we thank him also for his contribution in making UNEA a truly universal assembly and a guardian of our continent. We have special thanks for Steiner and UNEP. They have played a very useful role by giving us a secretariat as AMSEN. This has been invaluable. The African Group remains very ready to support the new Executive Director in performing his duties, and we can assure him of our support. I would like also to note with sadness and sympathy the recent passing on of Dr. Maurice Strong and Dr. Mustafa Kamal Torba, both former Executive Directors of UNEP, for the appropriate contributions they made during their leadership of UNEP. I thank UNEP Secretariat for the excellent organization they have made for this meeting. Allow me also to express in a special way our profound gratitude to the Government of the Republic of Kenya for the warm hospitality accorded to us, which has made our stay in Kenya very memorable and has made our work very enjoyable. Now, Chairperson, on the theme, UNEA too convenes at a time of great challenge, especially in terms of the ongoing international efforts of achieving sustainable development. In this regard, Africa welcomes the overarching theme of UNEA too, namely delivering on the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 2030 Agenda will set the path for national and international efforts to attain sustainable development in the coming years. The African continent was and remains an integral part of these international efforts, since achieving sustainable development and eradicating poverty remains one of the single most pressing challenge facing the African continent. In support of these global efforts, we have Regional African Union. We have a Regional African Union Agenda 2030-2063, the Africa we want, which is a shared strategic framework for inclusive growth and sustainable development for Africa. However, these frameworks will not mean much unless they are fully implemented. Implementation will require huge sums of at least 1.5 trillion extra annually over the Millennium Development Goals. These are huge, enormous resources. In Africa, environmental resources account for more than 77% of the total exports and more than 42% of government revenues, while more than 70% of sub-Saharan African population depend on forests and woodlands for their livelihood. These resources ought to be efficiently developed and effectively managed for the benefit of the present and future generations. Regrettably, substantial shares of these environmental resources are being lost. It is estimated that Africa loses up to $195 billion annually of its natural capital through illicit financial flows, plundering of resources, environmental crimes such as illegal logging, illegal trade in wildlife, illegal and unaccounted for and unregulated fishing, illegal mining practices, food imports, unsustainable patterns of consumption and production, and degraded ecosystems. This undermines Africa's potential for achieving sustainable development and eradicating poverty. According to UNEP Environmental Crime Crisis Report, the monetary value of all transnational organized environmental crimes is between $70 billion and $213 billion annually. This is an income that is lost to nations and instead is pocketed by criminal groups. If these numbers are alarming, then they should open our eyes and give us hope and determination that Africa's transformation lies in the continent's rich natural capital. If these resources were to be saved, they could be used to empower more women, end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, combat climate change, create jobs, and promote sustainable agriculture, leading to the attainment of the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals. Given all of the above, it is very clear that environmental assets can contribute towards the implementation of the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals in financial terms. To this end, Africa, through ministers of environment, has agreed to take effective measures to invest in strengthening and developing institutional and governance mechanisms, processes, and interventions for sustainable harnessing of its environmental assets and reversing natural capital losses as part of the contribution to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and African Agenda 2063. In this regard, Madam Chair, AMSEN 2016 special session held in last month in Cairo agreed on its decision one, implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the African Union's Agenda 2063, a contribution of national capital. Two, among others, create and strengthen partnerships in order to promote and inject investments that promote value addition to the continent's natural capital. To achieve adequate capacity in implementing 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, countries and regions will need to put in place mechanisms to ensure the efficient management of natural capital, including reversing environmental losses, resource plunder, and illicit financial flows. In conclusion, Madam Chair, Africa has, therefore, no doubt that sustainably managing the environmental resources offers a cost-effective mechanism for implementing sustainable development goals. What is urgently needed now are strategies to sustainably harness the world's natural capital, including appropriate policies and practices to reverse ecosystem degradations and to combat environmental crimes, as well as prioritize allocation of current earnings from environmental resources to catalytic environmental-based sectors. This, no doubt, is a big task, but it is a task that was tackling. This UNEA 2 offers a unique platform for us to discuss and find a solution to how to tackle this challenge. Madam Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, ministers, I thank you very much indeed for listening to the statement of the African Group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thank the distinguished representative from Uganda for the Africa Group. For the last of the speakers of the groups, I have the pleasure to invite the distinguished member from the State of Palestine on behalf of the Arab League of States. You have the floor. I hope you haven't pressed the button.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة السادة
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies, Ministers, it is my honor to chair the Council of Ministers, of Arab Ministers, in charge of the environment in the Arab League. So for myself and for the Council of Ministers, I would like to express my thanks to the State of Kenya, its government, its people and its President for their warm welcome. I would also like to thank UNEP for its efforts to ensure the success of this meeting, a meeting which I hope will meet its aims. On behalf of the Council of Ministers, I would like to say that this mechanism believes that the work in solidarity and working together will help to bring us to success. We are sparing no effort in order to face the problems and challenges on our planet, including in the Arab region, which has a specific situation with conflict and occupation. We are working in order to accomplish the vision and plan for sustainable development, that of the UN, and to deal with environmental issues. On that basis, we closely follow the implementation of international conventions, including that on climate change and the Sendai framework. The Council is also following the implementation of many environmental treaties and conventions so that we should be able to succeed in protecting our planet for the good of our children and coming generations. Here, I need to speak about the State of Palestine. I have come from this land to transmit the salutations of the President of Palestine and the Prime Minister. I bear the hope of my people, which aspires to liberation and independent Palestine state with Jerusalem East as its capital. We share the desire for sustainable development objectives, but this is impossible under occupation. We want to have peaceful coexistence with no famine, with no unemployment, no siege. We want to live in a world where stability, security, and justice reign, without destruction, without children being burned alive, and with respect of international charters. The State of Palestine, in spite of our sufferings, we share our vision in order to achieve the noble aims and principles for which we have created the United Nations, including total respect of international law, of all international conventions. With this in mind, there is the statement of 2012, which recognizes the State of Palestine's and the international efforts to protect the environment. Palestine has adhered to a number of MEAs. The latest of these was the Paris Agreement. the State of Palestine is going to submit its first report to the Secretariat in the coming months. The State of Palestine stipulated its commitment to the closing statement of the United Nations Convention on Sustainable Development and includes some of the SDGs together with the interests of which are in line with the interests of the State of Palestine. We have endorsed the Sendai framework in order to reduce the risk of natural disasters and have adopted a national strategy to reduce the risk of disasters. We have created Palestinian institutions, and so far we are attaching great importance to environmental protection, is developing policies and legislation in order to meet the environmental challenges. We have implemented many projects aimed at protecting the environment in Palestine and halting the current deterioration faced by the environment because of the Israeli occupation, which is of long standing. This occupation is still damaging our natural resources and is depriving the Palestinian people of its right to use its natural resources. In spite of all of the efforts undertaken at the national level, which are supported by all of our brothers and friends and in the international organizations and the international community, we are still facing many constraints and challenges in bringing about balance between the three dimensions of sustainable development under Israeli occupation, which controls 65% of Palestine territory from the 67 boundaries. They control our waters, much of the subterranean water, drinking water, represented by the Jordan River, and the government of Israel continues to confiscate territory of Palestine and construct illegitimate colonies and industrial areas which have the worst chemical industries in them. And they get rid of their chemical wastes in the Palestinian territories. The decision of Israel to continue the construction of the separation wall, which is a bit more than 700 kilometers, and to usurp land, threatens the population and also affects biological diversity and natural reserves, ecosystems which represent a considerable challenge to the international community and to the decisions relating to the wall. We still have siege around Gaza, military attacks and wars conducted by occupation forces still continue, using all kinds of weapons aimed at the environment, including agricultural land. There is also pollution of land and biological components. This also affects our infrastructure and our industrial installations, which gives rise to the generation of pollution, of solid waste, which is spilled into seawater, which represents a major risk, which affects the Palestinian environment to the point that military experts have qualified this destruction, which has affected the Gaza Strip, as destruction which far exceeds the effects of a nuclear bomb. Thousands of citizens remain homeless. We know that all of the international reports stress that Gaza is a land which will be difficult to inhabit. There is unemployment, destruction of the Palestinian environment, including in Jerusalem, by means of illegitimate practices, violations of international law, violation of the rights of Palestinians and their right to live in a sound environment. All of this represents a clear violation of international law and international humanitarian law, environmental law of all traditions and internationally. Because of all of this, we call upon the international community and the United Nations in order to accomplish their responsibilities by exerting pressure on the occupying authorities so that they should take on a commitment under the UN Charter, and we have submitted a draft resolution to send a UN mission of experts in order to evaluate the environmental situation in the Gaza Strip following continued military attacks. The latest of these was the attack in August 2014, which destroyed the environment and affected many aspects of life. Given the specific nature of the life of occupied Palestine, our life is fragile in Palestine in general and Gaza in particular, so we would ask you to adopt a resolution by consensus, because to vote on this resolution would mean that environmental protection in Palestine, this is something that we're voting on for the rights of the Palestinian people to live in peace and stability in a sound environment. Thank you very much.
To Her Excellency, the State of Palestine, on behalf of the Arab League of States. I would now like to come back to the panel that we have so that we can begin to set and cast the die for the conversation that member states will have by asking on the first question, how can cooperation and coordination among institutions be fostered to deliver more effectively on the 2030 agenda? And there is no better person to engage with that question in 3 minutes. After spending almost 4 years in leading and shaping the agenda for sustainable development. So it is my pleasure to ask Mr. Wu Hongbo, the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, so what's new as you try to respond to delivering on the 2030 agenda?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This year is very important for the international community because we entered the stage of implementation. A lot has been said about what we should do, what must be done. I just want to focus on 2 areas, national level and the international level. And a lot of challenges have been identified during the past few months. I would like to just identify 3. First is the mindset. When we start our efforts, we need to know very clearly the 3 dimensions of the sustainable development: economic growth, social justice, and environmental protection. The second area I would like to identify is the institution. And there are 22 countries already volunteered themselves to share their views at the forthcoming HLPF. One of the important things they identified is to have proper high-level coordination mechanism in place. In one country, they have the Prime Minister taking the lead. In another country, they have an inter-ministry coordination mechanism. Last but not least, that is the national strategy. We are looking at a 15 years period of implementation. In many countries, the government will not survive that period of time. So we have to make sure the continuity of the implementation. Better to do it is to streamline the SDGs into national policies. Now, just a few words about international cooperation and coordination. 2 things we need at this moment, and this is a matter being discussed in the United Nations in New York. One is the mandates. Mandates are given at a different time for different purposes to different international sectors in the organizations. You will see a large measure of overlapping, a large measure of duplication. So you will see many people do not work coherently, representing different organizations. So we should look at, again, all the mandates, to streamline all the mandates, to reduce as much as possible overlapping and duplication. And second is to build synergies between different institutions and organizations. And this is difficult, but I think with efforts we can do. We have success stories already, and I think this is doable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hongbo. Clearly here the new change is about the mindset, and I think that's a global and national issue that he's spoken to in terms of the three dimensions, but much more importantly the political leadership at the national and global level, integrating strategies into national plans and not the other way around. And I think really importantly he has talked to the international cooperation level, where the need for mandates to be aligned so that we are speaking more coherently and facilitating member states to deliver. And last but not least, the synergies that we need. That's the complementarity we ask for and not the competition. So at this point, let me hand back to our member states. I think we've had good guide here on what we need to do more coherently. As I said, plead with you to let the statements rest and speak to them. You have 3 minutes, and we're going to begin with the distinguished representative from Tonga. You have the floor.
Mr. President, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good afternoon to you all. Mr. President, on behalf of the Pacific Island countries, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the government and the people of Kenya for their very warm hospitality in welcoming us to this beautiful city to enable us to attend the UNEA 2 high-level session. The Pacific countries would like to take this opportunity to thank the past president of UNEA for his steering of our UNEA canoe from the shores of Rio Plus 20, where the mandate for our formation, a global universal environmental governance, set direction to our journey. Mr. President, we have faith that our new captain, Yu Se, will continue to steer our canoe towards a better future for all on Earth, where the decision we collectively make at UNEA means that the environment is treasured and cared for our children, grandchildren, and all living things that we share this world with. We also thank Mr. ARGENTINA, the outgoing Executive Director of UNEP, for his bravery and commitment to realizing the mandate given to him at Rio Plus 20 to institutionally strengthen UNEP. When the UNEA 1 was held in 2014, member countries were still coming to terms with this new global environment parliament. But in UNEA 2, we have come of age, evidenced by the almost universal representation by member countries and also the continued strengthened engagement with other stakeholders and major groups. The other aspects of institutional strengthening is the opening of sub-regional offices, and we in the Pacific are encouraged by the opening of UNEP's sub-regional office for the Pacific. The location of the office in Samoa within the campus of the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program and the selection of one of our own Pacific Islanders to head the office means that it has integrated itself and added to the environment governance frameworks that we already put in place. Pacific Island level of engagement with UNEP have never been as high as it is now. We urge that the incoming Executive Director, Mr. Eric Sarham, will continue to strengthen UNEP's regional presence by increasing the capacity and resources allocated to UNEP's regional offices, in particular the new sub-regional office. Mr. President, one of the challenges that the Pacific Island countries face is continued engagement with UNEA during the intersessional period. We have no embassies in Nairobi, although the opening this week of Fiji's embassy in Addis Ababa could mean at least one Pacific country can be actively involved with the Committee of Permanent Representatives and serve as our voice. We need to explore other innovative arrangements, such as how we could involve New York or Brussels-based mission, where many of us are represented in the work of CPR. We have also strongly supported a resolution for the continuation of the Asia-Pacific Environment Ministerial Forum as further strengthening of our engagement during the intersessional period and preparation for the next UNEA. It is the only forum where we, as Pacific Environment Ministers, can sit and discuss issues collectively with our Asian counterparts. Mr. President, the Samoa Pathway is our agreed international framework on sustainable development for small island developing states that renewed commitment by member states, the UN, and other stakeholders. It calls for a renewed dedication of UN system support for SIDS-to-SIDS cooperation and national, regional, interregional coordination. The adoption of the resolution on the role, function, and modalities for UNEP's implementation of the Samoa Pathway as a means to facilitate achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals provides clear guidance to UNEP on how it can contribute to the implementation of the Samoa Pathway. Climate change poses a serious challenge to the sustainable development of our island countries, where rising sea levels, changing weather patterns, ocean warming, and ocean acidification impact all sectors of our economy. In addition, island resilience is also affected by a number of non-climate related factors that impact negatively on island ecosystem and its people, such as invasive species, pollution, overfishing, and unsustainable coastal development. It is therefore imperative that we invest in appropriate and cost-effective options to simultaneously address climate and non-climate factors as a strategy to manage natural capital for sustainable development and poverty eradication. Through the first Forum of Ministers and Environment Authority of Asia Pacific, held in Bangkok in May 2015, I also chaired a Pacific Roundtable that identified and elaborated on Pacific environmental priorities. These priorities were discussed and endorsed by the 26th PREP meeting in September 2015. It provides further guidance to UNEP on the work we need to do together in the Pacific by identifying 7 strategic priorities that can be integrated to UNEP's medium-term strategy and ongoing programs of work. Namely, first, addressing climate change and enhancing resilience. Second, decoupling economic growth from resource use and pollution. Third, maintaining biodiversity and sustainable provision of ecosystem services. Fourth, managing chemicals and waste. Fifth, developing integrated approach to environment and health. Sixth, strengthening science policy linkages. And 7, strengthen governance for delivery of the SDGs. Mr. President, the Pacific Island countries have also expressed a desire that all their action to implement the Samoa Pathway should also contribute to their achieving the SDGs. The immediate challenge will be to assess their readiness to implement Agenda 2030, especially identifying what they need to do to adopt an integrated management approach, gaps in data assessment, and the formulation of implementation strategies. Finally, Mr. President, let me thank UNEP for the progress it has made in the Pacific over the last 2 years since UNEA 1, and assure you that the Pacific Island governments and all our national and regional stakeholders are committed to paddle the UNEA canoe to steer UNEP and the world through sometimes uncharted and stormy waters towards a brighter and better environment, leaving no one behind. Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank the representative from Tonga. So far, we're not doing very well in keeping time, and I'd like to reiterate the concern that we have. All statements should be submitted to the Secretariat, and they will be taken on board. We're asking that you speak to those statements. What we'd like to do is that 3 minutes allows everyone to speak. It allows us to leave no one behind, which I'm hearing in speeches. So at that, we would like to crave your indulgence, and after 3 minutes, your mic will probably go off. And try just to speak to them. Those statements will be taken, but we need to speak the 3 minutes to the questions that we're asking. That way I think we can capture what the priorities are and the advice to UNEA and to the other agencies on how we move on delivering on the 2030 agenda. I'd like to move to the representative from Denmark and in particular ask a question towards the ambition now is really at a level which requires many more stakeholders. So what would you say we need to do to ensure that we have everyone on board and as inclusive as we were in shaping the agenda in the delivery and implementation?
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Let me begin by quoting the famous Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard, the founder of existentialism. He said, "The most painful state of a being is remembering the future, particularly the one you'll never have." Søren Kierkegaard believed that man creates his own life by his choices and actions. When we adopted the 2030 Agenda last year, the world made some important choices. Choices that hold a perspective of a promising future for our planet. A new agenda for humanity and global dignity. A future that no man should be afraid of. Now time has come for us to act in accordance with our choices. We must deliver and implement the SDGs in real life. The task is immense. It will take true leadership and commitment at the highest political level. We need to create a continued momentum and engage all stakeholders in the process if we are to succeed. 2 years ago at the first UNEA assembly, we all agreed to send a strong signal to the 2030 negotiations, that the SDGs should integrate all 3 dimensions of sustainable development, and that the environmental dimension should be treated as an equal footing and with the same weight as a social and economic dimension. And we succeeded. For the first time ever in UN history, the environment protection is considered an equal partner with poverty eradication and economic growth as the key drivers for sustainable development. We succeeded in negotiations. Now we must also succeed in implementation. We need to ensure an ambitious and equal focus on the environmental dimension when we implement the SDGs. It is up to us, the ministers of the environment, to step up and work together in order to deliver. The SDGs are universal, so every country must take a stand and spur new action. In Denmark, we will focus on 3 roads to a sustainable development through finance, technology, and partnerships. On finance, Denmark has met the international target of providing 0.7% of GDP to official development assistance since 1978. And we will continue to do so. But even if all countries were to deliver on the 0.7%, it would still not be sufficient to foster the transformation needed. It is essential to engage all stakeholders and all financial flows, ODAs, private investment, and innovative financial mechanisms. In particular, the role of private sector will be crucial for the transformation we need to be able to implement the 2030 Agenda. And I'm pleased to see that companies all over the world already have embraced the SDGs. For some of the largest Danish companies, investments in resource-efficient solutions have become an integrated part of their business strategy. And one of the world's largest enzyme producers has developed its entire business transform strategy around the SDGs. Coming to technology, no doubt that the future brings stronger demands for clean technology. If we are to succeed with the 2030 Agenda, we all have to chip in our knowledge and green tech solutions. Finally, it leads me to the 3rd main delivery from Denmark, partnerships. Global transformative partnerships are essential in order to showcase and transfer the best practices and solutions at the global arena. And that is, after my opinion, the answer on Chair's question. Partnerships must come more in focus. Let me, for example, highlight the Global Green Growth Forum as an example of the way to build partnerships. In closing, let me highlight the importance of follow-up and review. An effective, accountable, and transparent follow-up and review system at the global level, embracing also environmental dimensions of the SDGs as a precondition for success. The follow-up and review process must pave the way to a successful high-level political forum in July. And that is important, since a high-level political forum will be the first checkpoint showing whether we are on track with the 2030 Agenda or not. The voice of the environment needs to be fully heard in the high-level political forum when we take stock of progress in achieving the SDGs. Therefore, we must demonstrate the engagement and commitment of the Ministers of Environment and the role of UNEP and UNEA in the implementation and follow-up on the review of the 2030 Agenda. Let me finish where I began, with Søren Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher. We are the ones to create the future for our planet by our choices and by our actions. Last year we chose the SDGs. Let us now turn them into action and work for a new global agenda where nobody should have to fear the future. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished speaker from Denmark. That was 5 minutes and 36 seconds. We honestly can't continue like this. It will mean we'll be here till well after 8 with the list of speakers that we have. And if that's what member states would like, I can continue that way. But I would like to plead that we keep with the 3 minutes so we allow everyone to speak and get to their other meetings after the end of this session. I now yield the floor to the distinguished representative from Kiribati.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I've heard and taken heed of your caution, and I've taken some of the paragraphs off. Let me begin. Mr. President, Executive Director of UNEP, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege and an honor to address this august body on behalf of the government and the people of Kiribati who I represent and whose words I extend warm greetings. Kamnabenin Maori. May you all be blessed. Allow me, Madam Moderator, to thank the Government of Kenya for the warm hospitality and for the excellent organization of the conference by UNEP. The Kenya Boys Choir highlighted this hospitality with their performance that is truly uplifting and inspirational. I extend my gratitude for the excellent organization of UNEA by the staff and also on volunteers that we should not forget. I join previous speakers in congratulating the election of the UNEA presidency, and I am confident that in the 2 years that follows, under your guidance, Mr. President, UNEA too will deliver successfully on the outcomes and resolutions concluded this week. I also acknowledge and commend the great effort of the outgoing Executive Director, Mr. Akim Steiner, in strengthening UNEP and bringing us into the new era of universal environmental governance through UNEA with strengthened global presence and representation. Mr. Eric Solheim, Kiribati looks forward with enthusiasm to work with you as you take over the reins. I wish to recognize the work of our elder and statesman and former President Anu Detong upon his climate change advocacy work. We form a foundation, and the newly elected Kiribati government assures you, Mr. President, that the climate change remains a high priority item on our political agenda. Mr. President, the government of the Republic of Kiribati aligns itself with the statement made by the Kingdom of Tonga on behalf of the Pacific Island countries, the environment dimension of the Summer Pathway, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And of paramount importance is Kiribati and other Pacific Islands' wish to see that these commitments are met. Signing the Paris Agreement in April this year demonstrates Kiribati's commitment to the climate change work. Our environment, our economy, our social fiber, and our very own survival and existence depends on the collective action taken today by the UNEA family, individual states, our global partners, scientific and policy communities, and citizens to help our tiny nation adapt to and mitigate climate change. Mr. President, we must deliver on the environmental dimension of 2030 Agenda for the sustainable development to become a healthy environment and healthy people. Mr. President, climate change is an existential challenge in my country, as we are an atoll nation with the highest point less than 3 meters above sea level. Enhancing our resilience and adaptive capacity is now the main priority. We remain unable to access climate change and adaptation finance that will adequately address our national adaptation needs. I am confident, however, knowing that others face the same problem. Mr. President, Kiribati is a large ocean state, having a very large exclusive economic zones straddling both sides of the equator with a total area of 3.5 million square kilometers. The ocean is our only natural resource. Endowed with this vast resource as a gift to mankind, Kiribati has, through legislation, created the largest MPA called the Phoenix Islands Protected Area, one of UNESCO's World Heritage Sites, and I acknowledge the assistance of Conservation International for getting Kiribati the conservation sites as it is now. People covers an area of of 148,480 square miles, a renowned tuna spawning ground, and its location in the middle of the Pacific Ocean is no doubt replenishing the tuna stocks within Kiribati waters and beyond. The implementation of the People First Management Plan 2014 and 12 and 14 was assisted by the UNEP and JEF and the Wade Foundation, Oceans 5, Conservation International, New England Aquarium, and I acknowledge their assistance to us. Kiribati looks forward to work closely with its people partners, current people partners and donors, and opens its doors to the new partners who will help in our effort to graduate people from its conservation stage and begin earning revenue from these efforts through innovative financing. Mr. President, it is time that we get out of our comfort zones, become more innovative and receptive to new approaches, focusing on integrated, tangible, targeted, and implementable actions on the ground that will have a positive impact on the lives of those who have put their trust in us, our people. Let us make a difference. Let us make true partnerships. Kiribati stands by you, Mr. President, and I wish you and your team the best as you steer the wheel of UNEA into the future of hope. I leave us all with a traditional blessing of the Maori, health, Teroi, peace, and the prosperity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative from the Republic of Kiribati and now yield the floor to the representative of India.
The world must build upon the momentum generated in Paris on climate change and in UN on SDGs. Environmental governance is going to be the key factor, as Akim also said, in planning the future of any country and will always remain the focal point of respective national plans. Therefore, India suggests that UNEA should concentrate in environmental policy and governance issues. UNEP should work upon integrating the environmental dimensions of SDGs. That is very important. On this backdrop, no country should try to divert the debate to unrelated issues and should not tinker with the gains made through collective consensus. We must maintain sanctity of each forum. SDGs can't be achieved unless we address lifestyle issues and adopt more sustainable consumption patterns. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi stressed upon lifestyle issues in Paris, and the agreement has adopted sustainable consumption in its preamble. Each country must come out with its action plan to achieve its sustainable lifestyle and the time frame to achieve it. Developed world must also come out with concrete timetable on finance and technology support and their own actions to achieve lifestyle issues. The ultimate goal of global community has to be equitable per capita consumption of resources. Financial resources must be mobilized by next year, and therefore the review process must include a transparent review of progress made in the means of implementation. India is key nation in achieving SDGs. We have already started rigorous action on this front, and in a unique move, no country could do it. We have done it. We have put cess of $6 per ton of coal production. Many world leaders asked me when they got to know about this, how it was possible. Nobody opposed. I said we have 36 parties in parliament, but all unitedly support, because if we really believe in action, we have to start from ourselves, and we have put six. And what we are doing with the money? We are using that money for renewable energy and clean action program. We have already achieved 40 gigawatt of renewable energy out of our target, ambitious target of 175 gigawatt. India is well on the way of achieving its target of 100 million LEDs in 1 year. LED bulbs, we have distributed 100 million in 1 year, which has saved tremendous amount of electricity. And we have also offered 30% subsidy to electrical vehicles. Just 2 points. On pollution front, emission norms of 20 polluting industries have been made more stringent, which will reduce pollution load by 20%. India has revamped its all waste management rules, and we have come out with new construction and demolition waste management rules, and has decided to migrate to Euro 6, that is big. with the investment of $10 billion of Euro 6 norms for fuel and vehicles in next 1,000 days. National Air Quality Index has been launched, and 24/7 monitoring is tapping the pollution of 2,400 industries. India is investing $6 billion, another $6 billion in accelerated afforestation, and is incentivizing tree cover outside forest, which can help to achieve our target of creating carbon sink of 2.5 billion tons. 60 million affordable housing, rapid metro expansion, along with 50 million houses to be provided with LPG connections to replace firewood usages, are some other initiatives which will complete in next 1,000 days, which will be our pre-2020 action. Post-2020 action will be more ambitious. Thank you, and this is leading by example.
Thank you. Almost there. 1 minute over, India. Thank you very much. I'd like to yield the floor now to Excellency from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Esteemed President, first of all, I would like to extend my congratulations on your election as President of the second session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, and say that I have every expectation that this session will be successful under your stewardship. I take this opportunity to extend thanks to Mr. Achim Steiner, Executive Director, and the members of the Secretariat of UNEP for their sincere efforts for the success of this session, and highly appreciate Mr. Achim Steiner for his contribution to international cooperation for the global environment protection over the 10 years of his term as head of the organization. UNEP decided to regularly hold sessions of UNEA in which all member states participate on the principle of universality, differently from the working manner of the running of the Governing Council in the past. This is a considerable measure in order to make deeper attention of the international community and further enhance coordination of environmental issues in the UN system. Esteemed President, last year the United Nations General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development that highlighted the solution of environmental issues as a main target for sustainable development and committed to building a new world guaranteeing good health and well-being for future generations as well as the present generation. At present, environmental issues including severe natural disasters due to climate change, destruction of the environment by deforestation and desertification, reduction of natural resources and air pollution are directly felt impacts affecting health and well-being of humanity. Therefore, it is appreciated that healthy environment, healthy people has been included as a theme of the session. In this session, we are discussing the medium-term strategy for the period 2018 to 2021 to achieve the goals of the environmental dimension mentioned in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, focusing on climate change, healthy and productive ecosystems, chemicals, waste, air quality, and resource efficiency as priorities of the strategy. The delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the DPRK, considers the primary attention should be paid to the following points in order to successfully realize the strategy. Firstly, it will be important for Member States to draw up detailed national action plans for the implementation of the medium-term strategy and to take measures to realize this. Regarding environment protection, it will be necessary for Member States to pay more attention and increase investment by governments in enhancing public awareness and scientific research. Secondly, it will be necessary to strengthen international cooperation to implement multilateral conventions on the environment and to provide timely financial and technical assistance for developing countries. All state parties should carry out their duty in order to implement the conventions, and in particular, developed countries have to recognise responsibility for environment protection and actively participate in activities to solve environmental issues. Scientific knowledge and technology in the field of the environment will have to be favourably transferred and disseminated between developed and developing countries. Relevant measures will need to be taken in order to avoid the politicisation of international cooperation under the principle of fairness and disinterested and involvement, and consistently guarantee financial resources for cooperation. Thirdly, it will be necessary for UNEP to further enhance its role as the international organisation responsible for global environmental issues and to strengthen relationships and partnerships with other organisations so as to deliver on environmental dimensions for the 2030 Agenda. In this regard, it will be important to constantly strengthen close collaboration and coordination among the organisations of the UN system and ensure the balance of international cooperation to implement multilateral environmental conventions such as UNFCCC, UNCBD and UNCCD. Esteemed President, in the DPRK, a few weeks ago, the historic 7th Congress of the Workers' Party of Korea elected Comrade Kim Jong-un to the top post, Chairman of the Workers' Party of Korea. True to the victorious programs advanced by him, all the people are filled with the willingness to make a dash towards socialist power by carrying out the task put forward by the Party Congress. In the Congress, a 5-year strategy for state economic development 2016 to 2020 was advanced. And the objective of this is to lay the foundations for sustainable development of the country's economy by re-energising the overall national economy and ensuring the balance among the different economic sectors. It also clarified the tasks for environment protection. The government of the DPRK, in its work for environment protection, will give priority to the forestation and forest management sector and steadily push forward with the forest restoration campaign to turn all the mountains of the country into the mountains of gold and treasure thickly wooded with trees. Following the initiative of respected Comrade Kim Jong-un, first chairman of the National Defense Commission of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the government has already declared reforestation as a war to tame nature and established a 10-year plan of forestation and a state forest construction strategy. Accordingly, all people of the country are engaged in an all-out campaign of a nationwide scale to turn all the mountains into thickly wooded mountains in the near future. The DPRK government will concentrate the national efforts to realise scientific management of the tree nursing bases and to protect and increase the country's resources and thoroughly keep its air, rivers and seas from being polluted. A dangerous situation prevails on the Korean peninsula due to the manoeuvres by hostile forces against the DPRK. Even under such circumstances, the DPRK government considers reforestation and environment protection as a weighty policy of the state and exerts its great efforts taking practical measures to realise it and pays greatest attention to the global environmental protection. The DPRK became member state of UNEP in 1974 and the DPRK is state party to the UNFCCC, UNCCD, UNCBD, Vienna Convention and Montreal Protocol on Ozone layers and 3 conventions related to the chemicals management, including the Stockholm Convention on POPs. As a member state of UNEP and the state party to the conventions, the DPRK government has been striving to fulfill its international obligations for global environment protection through establishing national action plans for implementing the conventions, and has also been stressing cooperation and collaboration with international agencies and other countries. Finally, I would like to express my thanks to UNEP and other organisations for their sincere assistance so as to successfully implement the international conventions and agreements on environmental issues in the DPRK. The government of the DPRK in the future as well will fulfil its responsibilities and duties for environment protection. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, that was 8 minutes. I'm now desperately looking for a woman to speak so that they can set the standard for 3 minutes. Excellencies, we come back to the panel, and I'd like to ask our chair of the Regional Economic Commission's Executive Secretary for the European Commission, Economic Commission, Mr. Christian Friesbach, to speak to us about the regional level and how that can support and leverage and facilitate local actions to the global commitments that we have on delivering on 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amina, Excellencies. Well, one thing we could do at the regional level is to get our environmental ministers together. And that has worked in Europe. It works here in Nairobi and has worked in Europe. We have gotten them together in the Environment for Europe Ministerial process during 20 years. And when ministers of environment get together, they get good ideas. They got the idea to do environmental performance reviews. and that we do now with our member states. We take stock in a peer review process of environmental policies, and it's homegrown. It's really appreciated by our member states. A country like Georgia have done it 3 times, and every time they tick the box and they implement new environmental policies and upgrade their policies. Belarus, I'm going there next week. They have done 3 times environmental performance reviews as well. Our member states have also gotten the idea to do a shared environmental information system. Instead of reporting environmental data to 3 different institutions, let's do it together. We do it with UNEP, the European Environmental Agencies, and it works. Good data, good statistics. Then we have to make use of the statistics, give it to citizens. Our member states have developed the Aarhus Convention, and I can pronounce it because I'm from Denmark, and it came from Denmark back then. And the Aarhus Convention is about public participation, access to information, and if it doesn't work, access to justice on environmental matters. It really works. Citizens use it to get access to environmental information, and then they use it to influence policies and shape better policies together with their politicians. The Aarhus Convention is available for all countries in the world, and we invite you to join as well. Then we have to be better at measuring environmental impacts and also health concerns, climate change. The ESPO Convention developed by our member states does exactly that, environmental assessment, and to be able to assess economic sectors, investments. If you do a new factory, how can it how can we take in environment, health, energy, climate considerations? The ESPO Convention, again a convention developed by our member states, it's available for all of you. Take it and use it. And then we have to tackle the transboundary problems, and here the regional level can really help us as well. The Water Convention and the Convention on the Transboundary Effect of Industrial Accidents are really prime examples of how we can work together across borders and help to tackle problems together. How do we bring it all together? All regional commissions are now trying to build the Regional Forum for Sustainable Development, and we hope this can provide a docking station at the regional level where we can do best practices, learn from each other, put it all together and assess how far have we gone towards the Sustainable Development Goals. So help us to build a strong mechanism here at the regional level. The regional commissions are at your disposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian. That was well within the 3 minutes, so maybe we can go back to the floor and we can take that virus will spread. Speaking to goals 16 and 17, really key to holding up the other 15 goals as we try to achieve them by 2030. I would like to yield the floor now to the representative from Germany.
Thank you, Chair, and I will follow your guidance to speak not along my speaking points. I think after Paris and New York with the 2030 agenda, we now have a real level playing field. In many countries, this is requested from those who are reluctant and who were reluctant to take action. Now we have the level playing field. We have to fulfill what we have committed. In Germany, Mr. Moderator and colleagues, we will revisit our national sustainability strategy, and we will ensure that all 17 hard targets will appropriately addressed in the new strategy. It's not only for some groups of countries to fulfill everything. Every country has to look into it. At the moment, we are preparing our climate plan for 2050, and that is something I can share with our colleagues here in the room. The important thing is that we take Paris serious, and that means we have to decarbonize our economies. Some of the countries earlier, others later. I'm certainly from one of the countries who have to do it earlier. And the very important thing is that all sectors, that all people in the countries understand that there will be no other country that will take our emissions. We have to do it ourselves. Others have to do it as well. And there will be no other sectors who will provide and deliver for other sectors. The transport sector has to deliver, the agriculture sector has to deliver, industry, and of course the energy sector. This is a difficult way to go. We are very enthusiastic to do it. We have some progress made, but we also see the difficulties in our countries, and I think we can mutually learn from each other. Thank you.
And I'm sure that was for 2 minutes. Thank you very much. I'd like to yield the floor now to the representative from Sri Lanka.
The President, Executive Director of the UNEP, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As the former Minister of Environment and representing His Excellency the President, the present Minister of Environment, I being the Minister of Science, Technology and Research, making this intervention at this August Assembly. We highly appreciate the 10-year tenure of Mr. Achim Steiner as the Executive Director of UNEP. It's a great honor to share my country's views on this important thematic dialogue delivering on the environmental dimension of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development of UNEA 2 of UNEP. My delegation recognizes the significance of the topic for Session 1, commonalities and complementarity, joining forces for a more effective delivery of the 2030 Agenda. As you are aware, Sri Lanka was among the 177 countries that signed the Paris Agreement on 22nd April 2016 at the high-level signatory ceremony held at the United Nations headquarters in New York, and I was privileged to place my signature on behalf of the Sri Lankan government. By creating new ministry called Sustainable Development and by introducing new act to appoint Council for Sustainable Development for the coordination and monitoring of the performance of each and every ministry and the institutions, and setting up of Ministerial subcommittee under the leadership of His Excellency the President shows the commitment of my government towards achieving SDG goals by 2030. I take this opportunity to present some of the landmark achievements by Sri Lanka. We have achieved most of MDG goals within 2000-2015 period. For an example, we have gained per capita above $4,000. Sri Lanka's literacy rate increased to 98.6, and the life expectancy, male 72 and female 76, as a result of improvement of health care and low mortality. We strongly believe that successful implementation of the recently adopted universal agreements, including the Paris Agreement, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, the Sendai Framework, the Minamata Convention, and the existing multilateral environment agreements would support to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. I recall that Sri Lanka is highly vulnerable to adverse effect of natural disasters. For an example, last week we had torrential rains as a result of the landslides and floods. More than 500,000 people displaced and nearly 200 people lost their lives. Sri Lanka Next Blue-Green Era. Sri Lanka Next Blue-Green Era, a landmark campaign to ensure the low-carbon development pathways for economic development and building resilience for vulnerable communities in respect to deliver the 2030 Agenda. The organic farming and organic agriculture and biofertilizer we have introduced within recent past, and there is a plan for future. When we closely observe the Sri Lanka Next Blue-Green Era, it could be understood that more than half of the Sustainable Development Goals addressed by the campaign. We would like to express that Sri Lanka has given due consideration to the implementation of 4 chemical conventions, namely Stockholm, Basel, Rotterdam, and Minamata. I attended Minamata conference in Kumamoto, Japan in 2014. The proper management of solid waste is another challenge in our country. My country has already initiated e-waste management mechanism, especially safe disposal of electronic waste. Renewable energy. Sri Lanka mainly promotes renewable energy. For an example, we have a plan to introduce off-grid solar power street lighting for all 335 local governments within the next 5 years. We have a target to improve solar and the renewable energy up to 20% by 2020. The air quality. We have a plan, that is National Action Plan Clean Air 2025, for air quality management for next 10 years. In partnership with UNCRD, Clean Air Asia, and Government of Japan, Sri Lanka organized 8th Regional Environmentally Sustainable Transport Forum in November 2014 in Colombo. Habitat 3 conference. We fully support for the Habitat 3 conference. Sri Lanka has considered the protection of wildlife. So as a result, recently, we have destroyed 350 ivory pieces captured by the Sri Lanka customs in the presence of CITES. We have planned to improve forest coverage from 29% at present to 32% by 2020. In conclusion, I like to suggest the evaluation of MDG achievements has to be done. The regular review of performance at government level in achieving SDG goals is essential. And at last, I must say, in Sri Lanka, we have protected 1,500 hectares of mangroves, and we have planned to improve it further. So thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you. Thank the representative from Sri Lanka. And now yield the floor to the representative from South Africa. I take that back until the representative arrives and would like to ask the distinguished representative from Singapore to speak, please.
Singapore? Thank you. President of the United Nations Environment Assembly, Excellencies, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was a landmark agreement adopted by the world's leaders in September last year. It reflects our collective will to achieve long-term global sustainable development. Every country must do its part in the collective effort to achieve the 2030 Agenda. As a small island developing state with no natural resources, Singapore has pursued sustainable development and addressed environmental challenges through proactive planning and innovation. This has allowed us to achieve economic progress while preserving a livable environment. As part of our efforts to sustain this, we have come up with the Singapore Sustainable Blueprint 2015, which sets out our national vision and plans on sustainable development until 2030. In our quest for sustainable development, a key environmental challenge which is also faced by many countries is air pollution. It stunts economic development and has adverse impacts on human health. The World Health Organization, WHO, estimated that 7 million deaths occur every year from air pollution exposure. The WHO also reported that as urban air quality declines, the risk of health diseases increases. Like many environmental problems, air pollution has a transboundary dimension. The burning of peatlands and forests in Southeast Asia has resulted in transboundary haze pollution and is linked to severe health impacts and also impacts on the environment. Overcoming haze pollution is also relevant to achieving the 2030 Agenda, specifically in promoting sustainable forest management and well-being for all. In this regard, both domestic actions and greater international cooperation are essential to address transboundary air pollution. Transboundary air pollution has plagued Southeast Asia for decades. It is a long-standing problem. Singapore thus works actively with other countries in the region to mitigate it. Regionally, Singapore is a party to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution. It requires parties to develop and implement measures to prevent and control haze. Singapore also collaborates with our ASEAN neighbours on fire prevention and mitigation and capacity building projects to keep the haze at bay. We believe that it is timely and coordinated response that will be more effective in the region's effort to mitigate land and forest fires. Domestically, we have also taken steps to address haze. For instance, we enacted the Transboundary Haze Pollution Act in 2014 to penalize errant companies and individuals whose actions cause haze pollution in Singapore. Singapore will not tolerate any actions of entities that harm the environment and put at risk the people's health. Civil societies and businesses also play an important role in combating haze. Civil societies are key enablers to foster an informed consumer movement and strengthen support for sustainably sourced products. Further, businesses need to enhance the transparency and accountability of their supply chains. International platforms such as UNEA can thus enhance these efforts by supporting and promoting sustainable consumption and production. To conclude, regional and international cooperation and action are essential to make progress on the 2030 agenda. Singapore is ready to devote our efforts to ensure that we have an effective and productive session at UNEA 2. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative from Singapore and would like to ask the representative from the Philippines to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As regards to ensuring coherence and implementation of the multilateral environmental agreements at the national level in support of the 2030 agenda, we would like to first note that almost half of the SDGs are directly linked to the environment and to multilateral environmental agreements. Hence, clustering the MEAs in relation to the SDG will help ensure the integration of efforts in the national level. In order to support the integration of the MEA clusters and the SDGs, we see the need for 3 I's, namely institution, investments, and international support and cooperation. Institution, because we believe in our experience that designating a specific institution to monitor and coordinate the implementation of programs and projects with respect to multilateral environmental agreements is an important consideration that should be done by respective governments. Investments, we believe that national governments should look into retrofitting their national planning and budgeting procedures to ensure that counterpart funds for programs and projects under the MEAs are assured. In respect to international support and cooperation, we observe that MEAs can be better harmonized at the regional levels when strong commonalities are present and strong connectivities are also present. As a good example, in ASEAN, we are able to implement the protection and conservation of biodiversity on a regional level because we have commonalities of species and interconnectivity of habitats. On this note, we recommend that multilateral entities, particularly UNEP, should develop benchmarks and parameters that can help define and harmonize the implementation of programs and projects of multilateral environmental agreements and avoid duplication and reduce wastage of valuable resources. We also request that UNEP looks into the possibility of developing a mechanism that would help enhance the competency and capability of governments, especially developing countries and countries with economies in transition, in delivering their commitments and in attaining their respective nationally determined contributions in compliance with the newly adopted climate change agreement. Along this line, we express our support to the adoption of Resolution L20, the relationship between the UNEP and the MEAs. In this manner, we would enhance the conductor role of UNEP in promoting a symphony in the implementation of multilateral environmental agreements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative from South Africa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Your Excellencies, the Executive Director of UNEP, the Deputy Executive Director of UNEP, all other heads of our agencies at the UN system, colleagues, ministers, and all other heads of delegates, good afternoon. Madam Chair, it is indeed a privilege for us as South Africa, and on behalf of South Africa, I do, to address you on this important occasion. Discussions and decisions made at UNEA will guide the global environmental agenda going forward. South Africa fully aligns itself with the statement made by Egypt on behalf of the Africa Group and the Argentina on behalf of the G77 plus China. First, let me start by extending our appreciation to the government of the host country, Kenya, and its people for their warm hospitality. On behalf of South Africa, I would also like to congratulate the President for election into this session of UNEA. It would be amiss, therefore, Honourable Chair, if I do not acknowledge the role of Mr. Achim Steiner, the outgoing Executive Director of UNEP, whose inspiration and dedication has influenced how the international community addresses global environmental challenges. He was indeed an inspiration and he will continue to be so. We thank Mr. Achim Steiner for your passionate leadership and wish him well in his future endeavors. Following the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by the United Nations General Assembly in September 2015 and the Paris Agreement in December 2015, the theme of this second session of UNEA, which is delivering on the environmental dimension of a post-2015 developmental agenda, cannot be more relevant. The implementation of these agreements will be key in addressing the ever-increasing global environmental challenges of our times, Madam Chair, and they recommit the international community to strengthen global partnership, also bolstered by the necessary means of implementation to deliver on these sustainable development imperatives towards a sustainable future. Madam Chair, at the AMSEN meeting held recently in Cairo, we as the African ministers agreed to cooperate in strengthening regional and national capacity for the implementation of an environmental dimension of Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as our own national development plans in an integrated manner. In this regard, we call on the strengthening of existing regional institutions mechanisms in support of Agenda 2063. And also in this regard, Madam Chair, we reiterate our strong view that adaptation must be given equal priority as agreed in Paris as a goal. As the African countries, we remain most vulnerable if adaptation is not prioritized and implemented. We therefore urge the developed countries to ensure that the means of implementation is equally prioritized and provided. The implementation of South Africa's National Development Plan, Madam Chair, at a national and local level remains the cornerstone of our fight against the challenges of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and sustainability. The SDGs, which fully align with our National Development Plan objectives, enable us to build seamlessly from the MDGs. In this regard, South Africa would like to reaffirm that we are in the process of ratification of the Paris Agreement, and we will be ready to implement our INDCs by 2020, as well as continuing to implement the pre-2020 actions as we have committed to do. Madam Chair, in response to the call to turn our plans into action, partnerships and mobilization of resources are critical in realizing the SDGs. To this end, we must implement the Addis Ababa Action Agenda adopted in July 2015, which is aimed at addressing the challenges of financing and creating an enabling environment at the level of sustainable development in the spirit of global partnership and solidarity. The discussion at this gathering will underpin the important work that we are doing at a high-level political forum on sustainable development, which provides political guidance and leadership for the implementation of the SDGs. Madam Chair, we need to decouple environmental degradation from economic growth in order to sustainably develop within the planetary limits. The reports by UNEP and the discussions emanating from the high-level segments will go a long way in us further understanding and implementing this path towards a sustainable future. For South Africa and the SADC region, the illegal trade in wildlife remains a major concern. But I can assure you, Madam Chair, that with collaboration among countries and strengthening of our enforcement capacities, as well as enactment of tighter laws and systems that are established and that should also continue to be established and be implemented by all of us, we will triumph. During the CITES COP17, which is scheduled to take place in South Africa in September 2016, we will ensure that in line with the SDG 12 and 15, we tackle some of critical wildlife challenges and opportunities. And as a country, South Africa remains committed to addressing wildlife crimes in their entirety, including rhino poaching, and the assistance of the international community in this regard is much appreciated. And as I conclude, Madam Chair, I'd like to indicate that the importance of gender mainstreaming in environmental policy cannot be overstated. This is acknowledged in SDG 5, stressing gender equality and women's empowerment. We therefore encourage the implementation of the ECOSOC Resolution 2008-34, which encourages mainstreaming a gender perspective in all policies and programs in the United Nations national systems, including here at UNEA. This morning, a network of women ministers and leaders for the environment undertook to propose a resolution for consideration at UNEA with a view to accomplish this goal, and would like to indicate that we do support that resolution. Madam Chair, we assure you of our support as we grapple with these critical environmental issues, and we look forward to your leadership for a successful assembly. I thank you.
I thank you. I thank the distinguished representative from South Africa, and my plea for a woman has proved that we are equal to men. That was 7 minutes. So I've resigned to member states wanting to speak for as long as they will. I now would like to hand back the floor to one of our guests here, Inga Anderson, who will speak from the IUC, and will be followed by a distinguished representative from Sudan, Myanmar, Norway, and the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone here. Let's just remember who are the stakeholders in environment. With all respect, it's not the head of IUCN, it's not the environment ministers, it's not even UNEP. Who holds who impacts on environment? Well, it's business. Well, it's banking. Well, it's indigenous people. It's agriculture. It's the farmers. It's the fishermen. It's the women. It's the engineers who plan the infrastructure. It's the youth. It's the energy utilities. That is how environment is impacted. And one of the questions that I was asked, or we were asked to talk about, is how we can best reach out to these. After all, we've been talking for 70 years about environmental conservation, and every indicator is going in the wrong direction, notwithstanding the tremendous achievements made in 2015. So we have to ask ourselves, how are we going to turn this around? What is it that we are going to do that is different? How are we going to engineer that the world that will have 10 billion people will be different from otherwise this trajectory that is so predictable to us all? That's a conversation we need to have, and ladies and gentlemen, we're not having it properly. We need to think about how we can work with agriculture to feed and have good nutrition for 10 billion people and not lose biodiversity. We need to think about how we can fish our oceans and make sure that people are healthy and the fishermen get what they need and not fish them empty. We need to use hydrocarbon for plastics and not have it go into in plastics in the oceans. And so to do that, UNEP has a huge task, and the UN system has a huge task. But the UN system talking to itself will not make the difference. Environmental ministers talking to themselves will not make the difference. And IUCN people talking to themselves will not make the difference. We need to use the various forums that we have and fuse these together. Minister of Environments cannot be the junior minister in the cabinet, and I say this with all the respect, but we all know what we're talking about here. Ministers of environment hold the key to the future, and the SDGs need to be just that path for the future that is sustainable. In 1982, IUCN came out with a report that it was a World Conservation Strategy, and we defined this concept of sustainable development. And today, so many years later, we have the goals. So at this point, what I call for at UNEP and what I call for at this assembly is a turning of the page. A turning of the page, as the chair has said, that it is no longer about reading statements in big fora. A turning of the page to make a commitment so that our commitment is one of sustainability, but understanding that to get there we need a broader spectrum of society involved. That's what IUCN offers to you. That's why we are here. And we certainly look forward to continuing to engaging, to making sure that this UNEA 2 becomes that new thing and not a governing council, but indeed a place where ideas are born, pushed forward, and moved to the fore. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. The distinguished representative from Sudan, you have the floor.
Okay. Madam Chair, honorable ministers, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to you all and thanks to the host country, the Republic of Kenya. Sudan agreed that UNEA has an important role to play in delivering the environmental dimension of the SDGs, that is universality, integration, human rights, and innovation. These are the four principles and the pillars of the UNEP that Sudan believes in to support the UNEP in delivering on the environmental dimension of the 2030 agenda. Sudan recognizes that eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty, is the greatest global challenge and an indispensable requirement for sustainable development. Environmental poverty in Sudan derived from mismanagement of natural resources and pollution, which leads to degradation of ecosystems, particularly in rural areas. Climate change poses significant challenges to Sudan. Climate changes represents a serious sustainable development problems that affects everybody in the country. Sudan, in fact, with the selective subjects that is now addressing UNEA, which really touch the real environmental situation in all the country over the world, starting from ecosystem degradation issue, passing through illegal trade and wildlife and pollution, ended by weak monitoring and management system, is the picture that UNEA 2 drew to member states and need very strong decisions to adopt by member states and coherent structure to be implemented. Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Sudan and Namibia proposed a draft resolution regarding combating desertification, land degradation, and sustainable rangeland, which is supported by all African countries in the 6th special session of AMSIN last April in Cairo. Ethiopia proposed also draft resolution regarding sustainable pastoralism which is related to Sudan and Namibia resolution. Here in UNEA 2 deliberations, Sudan, Namibia, and Ethiopia agreed to merge the two resolutions into one. So Sudan is looking forward to adopt this resolution by member states. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I thank the representative from Sudan and yield the floor to the distinguished representative from Myanmar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Myanmar has been engaged in active process of its political, social, and economic transition in building a democratic nation. However, the subsequent impact of existing of rapid economic development is emerging the challenges for the sustainable conservation of natural resources and environment. In this regard, strong institutions, clear environmental regulations, and social safeguards are required in harmonizing social, economic, and environmental issues to achieve the sustainable development. As part of this process, the government of Myanmar is putting in place the necessary policy, legal, procedural, and governance instruments while building the institutional, technical, and human capacity needed to achieve sustainable development 2030 in all sectors. In terms of policy development, government has prioritized that environment is one of the 7 strategies of its National Comprehensive Development Plan 2030 with focusing to mainstream environment into the national policy and development agenda. Environmental governance and natural resource management emphasize the critical links between environmental sustainability and efforts to eradicate poverty, reduce inequalities, and strengthen resilience in Myanmar. Sustaining biodiversity resources will secure ecosystem services that are vital to human welfare and their development efforts. The resilience of communities depends upon biodiversity and healthy ecosystems and the goods and services they provide. Madam Chair, Myanmar is committed implementation of 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda along with the mainstreaming of environment into national and sub-national development planning through implementation of national environmental policy and master plan, climate change strategy and action plan, green economy strategy frameworks, national and city-level waste management strategy and action plan, national land use policy and national biodiversity strategies action plan. We have recognized that the global environmental issues in terms of environment and ecosystem degradation, climate change, biodiversity and illegal wildlife trade, air pollution and chemical and waste are the most threatening global challenges to sustainable development of our societies. In order to address these issues, financial resources, capacity building, and technology transfer are very crucial elements of means and implementation. Myanmar believes UNEA is a global platform to resolve environmental challenges and to provide direction on the integration of economic, social, and environmental dimensions for sustainable development of 2030 agenda. In this UNEA 2, we are expecting the resolutions and outcomes in a balanced manner will be affirmed to environmental sustainability for achieving sustainable development goals. In addition, I totally agree what Mr. Wu Hanbo, UN Undersecretary Economic and Social Affairs, rightly mentioned that changing the mindset, strong institutions, and also integration of national strategies are really important to achieve their sustainable development. In conclusion, I am delighted to share our efforts with proactively mainstreaming of environmental consideration into development planning and its implementation with the strong political commitments of our government. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I now yield the floor to the distinguished representative of Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are meeting at a time when there are many uncertainties about the world economy and our respective national economies, but amidst much uncertainty there is one certainty. Future economic growth needs to be green. As governments we know that we need to build green competitiveness. This certainty is at the heart of the 2030 Agenda, and therefore UNEP is at the heart of the 2030 Agenda, because UNEP is a pioneer in developing the concept of the green economy through key initiatives like the Partnership for Action on the Green Economy, the Poverty and Environment Initiative, and the Finance Inquiry. The Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity Initiative has improved our understanding of the critical value of nature, not only to our lives, but to our economies. I believe UNEP's proven record of integrating environmental and economic priorities makes it well positioned as an important actor in the 2030 Agenda. Madam Chair, the immense economic benefits of nature is also the reason why natural resources are attractive to organised crime. Wildlife and other environmental crime is a growing threat, nationally, regionally, and globally. UNEA too should reaffirm the message that organised crime harms the environment and undermines sustainable development. Environmental crimes are related to complex criminal networks. Transnational organised crime does not only transgress borders, it transgresses sectors. It crosses the boundaries to the formal economy, it corrupts judicial and political processes, thus undermining the very institutions that are needed to fight it. Facing such forces, we can't allow our efforts to be limited by borders or by sectoral considerations. We need to see much stronger efforts by governments to combat organised crime, and international organisations need to strengthen attention to organised crime within their respective mandates. This is more than a matter of law enforcement. It's fundamentally a political challenge. Madam Chair, in order to build green economies, we need to grow our blue economies. Our oceans are reservoirs of opportunity. As much as 90% of our oceans has not yet been fully explored. Healthy oceans are crucial for healthy humans and healthy economies. But our oceans are not healthy today. Marine plastic litter is one of the growing global environmental challenges. Since UNEA 1, we have learned more about just how big this problem is. Unless we act by 2050, oceans may have more plastic than fish. And so we need to act. We need both to prevent and to clean up, and we need to put in place national waste management systems to prevent our oceans from becoming large dumps. Norway is pleased to announce today that we will provide $1 million to UNEP to strengthen its actions against marine litter and microplastics. We're encouraged by the increasing international attention to this issue, and we call on all governments to step up action against marine litter and microplastics. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci pour la parole. Thank you for giving me the floor. Your Excellency, President of UNEA, distinguished members of the Bureau, I would like to congratulate you on your election, and I would like to wish you a fruitful term in office. Mr. Executive Director, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, heads of environment, ministries, it is a genuine pleasure for me to take the floor at this meeting UNEA 2 and to express thanks to the government of Kenya for the warm welcome that we have enjoyed. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, The topic of the current meeting, that is to say, delivering on the environmental dimension of the 2030 agenda, is of particular interest to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which has always undertaken efforts to contribute to the effective implementation of this program. We are convinced that the development of current generations must certainly not compromise the development of future generations. And we therefore believe that it must go hand in hand with socio-economic fulfillment of the different layers of populations, while also conserving the environment and its natural resources. It is therefore an honor for me to inform you that the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo has a national development strategy, sustainable development strategy, and a program of action for the period 2012-2016. And it also has a plan for 2030, which is based around the priority areas which will deliver economic growth. In particular, the mining sectors, agriculture, forests, and industry. The integration of environmental concerns and concerns pertaining to sustainable development and climate change into all sectorial strategies, as well as into national development planning, remain of paramount importance to my country. However, we need to recognize the fact that we have not attained all that we set out to attain, in particular as a result of this refers to the non-attainment of the MDGs. For example, as a result of the recurring wars in the east of the country and the insufficiency of budget supports from our development partners and technical and financial partners, as well as the volatility of exchange rates for raw materials and the systematic plundering of our natural resources. Given that the management of the budgetary situation is a priority, we are giving particular attention to the educational situation. We are investing in healthcare, and we are allocating more funds in this area, as well as strengthening the infrastructure in our country, given the impact of all of these factors when it comes to fighting youth unemployment and poverty, with consequences on health, the environment, and so on. And that is why we are so concerned about these priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, given the scant resources, as I said, we are counting on UNEP and other United Nations organizations, as well as technical and financial partners to support us. Given the situation with regard to natural resources and the availability of low-cost workers, we hope that we can attain our projects and implement our projects and attain the goals that we have set out for ourselves. We need to focus on our young people, on their commitment to the country, and on humanism. We have also focused on the situation with regard to the forests in our country, to try and sustain them for the future. Finally, integrating the environmental dimension within the attainment of the SDGs. To do that, my country is expecting the following of UNEP. First of all, protecting the environment in armed conflict areas. All conflicts in the DRC and in neighboring countries leading to migratory effects have deleterious effects on the environment, and they must be considered as a priority by UNEP, given their very harmful effects on the environment, on biodiversity, on access to drinking water, and on self-sufficiency with regard to food production. We therefore need to focus on that. Secondly, UNEP must also ban the illegal trade in wildlife by ensuring that extremely high taxes are placed on the export of those goods to both to the country exporting and also the destination country, both to consumers, therefore, and producers. Thirdly, the sound management of chemicals and waste is a very significant problem for humans, ecosystems, and oceans. Our difficulty is to work with multinational companies working with hydrofuels and in the mining sector, who, nevertheless, in spite of the fact that they are aware of the pollution that they are causing, they refuse to offer compensation for that fact. We have seen that the taxes for deforestation, for example, have not been borne by these companies. We in the DRC therefore call for greater control on this, and we hope that UNEP will help us in controlling the situation and acting against these companies by requiring them to compensate us in these cases. Thank you.
From the Democratic Republic of Congo, and now have the pleasure of giving the floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait.
سعادة الرئيس، الحضور الكرام، نحن في دولة.
Madam Chair, distinguished Assembly, in Kuwait, we are aware that we are faced
سرعة التصديق عليه، وذلك للإيفاء بمتطلباته، وبالأخص التدابير اللازمة بتمويل الدول النامية للتكيف مع الآثار السلبية لتغير المناخ. كما أن دولة الكويت تدعو إلى فاعلية التعاون بين برنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة والاتفاقيات البيئية المتعددة الأطراف في المجالات المؤسسية، وذلك لإيجاد الآليات المناسبة.
We need to find the necessary mechanisms to provide for synergy between global mechanisms to enable us to face up to climate change and to implement the Sendai program so that we can implement these agreements and mitigate the impact of climate change by 2030. Kuwait makes a contribution to efforts deployed to alleviate poverty. We have humanitarian programs and initiatives that we conduct to bolster initiatives in the humanitarian sphere and in the development sphere in conformity always with ethics. I call upon developed countries to provide assistance to developing countries as they seek to achieve the SDGs instead of adopting sanctions and procedures which punish the countries. We need to re-engage with the Rio Declaration and insist upon the participation of NGOs and civil society, given the importance of their work in the environmental sphere, so that we can really counter the adverse impact of climate change. Given this, Kuwait calls upon countries to expand the participation of NGOs to assist them in their voluntary activities so that we can include young people in the endeavours we undertake to protect the environment, to take advantage of their innovative spirit in this area. Finally, I wish to express my wholehearted gratitude to all those who deploy efforts to expand cooperation and to truly create sustainable development. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the representative from Kuwait. I'd now like to give the floor to our panelist, Robert Glaser. In responding, the 2030 Agenda responded effectively to different contexts: conflict, migration, natural disaster. And in that context, delivering on the 2030 Agenda does present many, many difficult challenges. If you could speak very briefly to some of the solutions you see we can put in place that will accelerate that delivery.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I would like to make a couple of obvious points and then a more specific point that maybe you have not considered, maybe you have. But to start with the obvious points, we have last year these monumental agreements beginning with the Sendai Framework, the Addis Ababa Agenda for Action, the SDGs, the climate change, the fundamental climate change agreement. And essentially, member states came together to understand these challenges together and to move from what would otherwise be more short-term thinking to longer-term thinking and planning in the shared national interest to address these challenges. And it's not surprising that there's shared national interest because, of course, and climate change is a perfect example, it is an existential threat for so many countries, for all of us over time, but for many countries even as we speak. In essence, by signing those agreements, member states have taken the decision to make different choices in their economic investments and their planning than they would otherwise have made without those agreements. Because if that's not the case, we don't need international agreements. So the key challenge then is how do we go about embedding these decisions we've taken within formal structures within countries? How do we embed responding to climate change? How do we embed disaster risk reduction in these fundamental processes in the investments that countries are making? And the simple suggestion I was going to make that maybe hasn't been considered as clearly is the role risk and disaster risk in particular, the opportunity that creates to have a dialogue between environment agencies and ministries and what is frankly in most countries I've seen the more powerful institutional player, a finance ministry that is controlling budget processes. It's enormously frustrating, I know, for environment ministries to see these challenges and then for the funding from central budgets to not reflect them. Well, risk reduction, and this is why it is such an important element of the implementation of the agenda, of 2030 agenda, is a way of enabling that discussion to happen. Identifying the costs, the environmental costs of climate change historically, anticipating how those costs are changing through a risk profile, and then bringing those figures, which amount to money, into a discussion with the finance ministry to embed those in core economic choices. UNSDR, working with World Bank, many partners, are doing that right now, working with countries to embed risk, including environmental risk and climate risk, in core choices that are being made in the actual systems, the budget systems and choices, which result in better investments for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Distinguished delegates, we don't have too much time left, and at the 3 minutes, we will only deal with half the list and then be closing. So I would still urge us to try to keep within that time so everyone has an opportunity to speak. On that, I would like to invite the distinguished representative from Algeria.
Monsieur le Président,
President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, allow me to express my great pleasure in being here to take part with you in this second session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, and also to address on behalf of the Algerian delegation our wholehearted thanks to the government of Kenya for the generous welcome they have shown to us since we arrived in this beautiful country. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to express my sincere congratulations to Mr. Edgar Guterres Espeleta on his recent election to preside over this august assembly. I'd also like to pay tribute to Mr. Achim Steiner for his noteworthy efforts throughout the whole of his directorship heading the United Nations Environment Programme and the remarkable progress he has achieved. I am firmly convinced that the appointment of Minister Erik Solheim as a new Executive Director of UNEP, shall without doubt allow the positive results already achieved to be consolidated and to further the environmental cause. And we assure him of our full support and wish him every success in his new role. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this second United Nations Environmental Assembly is taking place at a very particular point in time. This is a key point in time for the planet. We have taken stock of the MDGs. We have adopted the 2030 Agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, and thirdly, we have adopted the Paris Agreement on climate change, this historic agreement, which, without doubt, shall allow us to face up effectively to the challenges of climate change. And so this session presents a real opportunity for us to establish a global partnership. We need to renew this partnership to focus on the well-being of individuals and inclusive progress for all. Ladies and gentlemen, Algeria welcomed the decisions taken at the 27th session of the UNEP Administrative Council, which allowed us to take account of sustainable development goals, to take account of the changes which have occurred, and this session should allow us to consolidate these efforts and to devote this assembly to a high-level exchange of views to enable us all to face up to global, regional and national challenges and to ensure sustainable development of our environment. Algeria recently adopted a new constitution which guarantees to our population a healthy environment, which focuses on the protection of ecosystems and the protection of natural resources. The degradation of these establishing these principles in our constitution will enable us to establish public policies which are effective, which will link economic development with social development and the protection of the environment and nature. Algeria is determined in its commitment under the President Bouteflika to sustainable development, and the SDGs are a benchmark for us in our national development programs. Algeria achieved the majority of the MDGs before the deadline, in particular the eradication of poverty, access to water, education, with a net rate of enrolment in schools of 98% for children over 6, the reduction of infant and maternal mortality, and a sustainable environment. Given these achievements under the MDGs, in 2013 and 2015, Algeria was praised by the FAO for efforts on gender equality, empowerment of women. Algeria has adapted its legislation, voting through a law ensuring greater participation of women in elected assemblies. Thus, the proportion of women within the parliament has gone over 31%, and women are well represented in many institutions such as justice, health, education sectors, is noteworthy. Of the 1,400,000 students at our universities, more than 60% are young women. This progress reflects all of the investments made by the Algerian state and the major achievements in human, economic and social development. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa has adopted a vision for the next 50 years through the 2063 Agenda of the African Union. And also we have the African Initiative to adapt to the adverse effects of climate change that we are suffering from and will continue to suffer from in the future. This initiative requires the support of everyone, and in particular developed countries. And the Sustainable Development Programme 2030 shall also require us to step up our commitment and show greater participation of stakeholders and civil society so that we can achieve these goals. Here, it is imperative for these goals to be accompanied by the MDG principles of solidarity, non-interference, the right to development, equity, and common but differentiated responsibility of states. We would express a desire that the commitments undertaken at an international level in terms of financial support, technology transfer, and capacity building for developing countries be fully respected. The challenges we are facing are multidimensional in nature and complex, and we require solidarity to act together. We need to have a high degree of responsibility that we're all aware of to make sure that we have a sustainable future for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative from the Solomon Islands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Solomon Islands strongly associate itself with the statement issued on our behalf by the Deputy Prime Minister of Tonga. In our statement, I highlight two of the issues he has raised, namely decoupling economic growth from resource use and pollution, and secondly, managing chemicals and waste. Decoupling economic growth from resource use and pollution. Increasing resource use with little improvement in efficiency is leading to degradation and loss of ecosystem services and imposing additional financial burdens on the Pacific Island countries. UNEP has led the development of strategies and actions to promote decoupling economic growth from resources use and pollution and promoting an inclusive green economy through initiatives such as the Partnership for Action on Green Economy, UNEP Finance Initiative, UN RED Program, and the Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity. UNEP has also led the work on sustainable consumption and production, including through the Switch Asia Policy Support Component, and was designated as the Secretariat for the 10-year framework of programs for SCP 10 FP at Rio +20. UNEP should support the development of a Pacific green-blue economy approach that integrates economic planning with sustainability policies, including sustainable consumption and production, sustainable public procurement, sustainable tourism, building efficiency, eco-innovation, and eco-labeling. Managing chemicals and waste. Growing urbanization means managing chemicals and waste continues to be a major issue in the Pacific, especially in the smaller atoll countries. The 26th PrEP meeting in September 2015 approved the new Integrated Waste and Chemicals Management Plan for the Pacific, Cleaner Pacific 2025 framework. UNEP should continue to contribute to improving waste management in the Pacific, including support to countries in the implementation of the chemicals and waste MEAs, including the Rotterdam, Basel, Stockholm, and Minamata Conventions. The Global Program of Action for the Protection of Marine Environment from Land-Based Activities, addressing marine litter and microplastics, and continued assistance for compliance to the Montreal Protocol through the phase-out of ozone-depleting substances. Finally, Pacific Island countries have also expressed the desire that all the actions to implement the Samoa pathway should also contribute to achieving the SDGs. The immediate challenge will be to assess their readiness to implement Agenda 2030, especially identifying what they need to do to adopt an integrated management approach, gaps in data assessment, and the formulation of implementation strategies. We have given direction to UNEP over the next 4 years through the resolutions, the medium-term strategy, and the programs of work. I know that we are all committed as partners to do a collective work and duty for the environment. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished member from the Solomon Islands and now give the floor to Angola.
Thank you. Madam Chair. Firstly, it is my honour, on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Angola, to congratulate the United Nations Environment Programme on the organisation of the second UNEA that it is my privilege and pleasure to participate in. I would also thank the government and brotherly people of Kenya for the hospitality that they have offered to us, and to thank them for the excellent conditions established for this important event. I would also like to congratulate His Excellency, the UNEP Executive Director, Dr. Steiner, who gave impetus for the organisation of this new autonomous body and has pursued rigorously the consolidation of the expression Think Global, Act Local. I would also like to congratulate Mr. Eric Solheim on his new post, and we look forward to close cooperation with him, and we are available to work with you, sir, as you take up these new responsibilities. Your Excellencies, at the end of Rio +20 in June 2012, the report was adopted entitled The Future We Want. However, we note today that the global context has continued to be marked by different problematic issues which have obliged us to integrate urgent issues into our agenda: poverty, climate change, conflicts, maritime safety, illegal trade in endangered species, pollution with chemical and toxic products, torrential rain, natural disasters, all affect peace, stability and sustainable development, and these problems continue to persist today. 2015 was a historic occasion for us to discuss and decide upon the 17 new commitments for future generations in adopting the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 Agenda. The first of these commitments is without doubt to bring an end to poverty. The world has seen a reduction in poverty. However, the poverty rate is at 47%, and 22% of these still live in extreme poverty. 1 person in 8 does not have regular access to enough food to satisfy his or her nutritional needs. Moreover, more than 100 million children suffer from malnutrition. The second goal is education. Universal access to education is essential for primary education. Illiteracy rates and the rate of enrolment in primary education are high priority indicators that we need to improve, and we all have a duty to act here and to reduce gender inequality. The participation of women in the labour market and women's political representation are also specific objectives. Gender inequalities in the different parts of public life must be addressed, as they have an adverse impact on development in education as well. And we're seeing a growing gap between men and women's development in rural areas. Developing countries, particularly in Africa, should ensure public health systems, access to drinking water, energy for development, and also to ensure equal opportunities between the genders, and to protect our land and aquatic ecosystems. All of us, be we rich or poor, should promote economic growth which is sustainable and inclusive, to build resilient infrastructure, to promote inclusive industrialization which can sustainably encourage innovation. We must reduce inequalities between countries and within countries as well, making sure that we have peaceful societies which are inclusive for sustainable development. Angola has committed itself to reducing poverty in conformity with the general objectives established. However, in rural areas, the improvement of indicators remains a challenge and a priority for the government. combating poverty is focused on at municipal level through the development of programs to combat poverty. The strategy of Angola to combat poverty and promote food security through nutrition has been integrated into municipal level programs with a toolkit for decentralization and capacity building in favor of local development. Promoting access to water for all, social housing, developing rural micro-industry, micro-companies, strengthening institutions, economic diversification, poverty reduction, job creation are all priorities for us. The least developed countries, in particular, require financial support, technical support, capacity building to allow them to effectively face up to the challenges today and the challenges in implementing the Paris Agreement, which are all that this pillar, which is climate change, will require a new approach and will bring forth a new climate era, bring forth resilience faced with drought, flooding, desertification and natural disasters. Angola has programs and a national strategy which are currently being executed. However, we need funding for technical research centres and adaptation centres. We need financing for capacity building in agriculture, in the energy sector and in the agro-industry sector. Financing for sustainable development, Your Excellencies, must be guaranteed through cooperation, through collaboration between developed countries and developing countries, with a new order of solidarity and to ensure progress for all, in particular protecting those most vulnerable and the environment. Your Excellencies, to conclude, we reiterate again Angola's commitment to host on the 5th of June this year the celebrations of the International Day of the Environment on the topic combating illegal trade in wildlife. This issue, I'm sure I do not need to recall here, is a global concern which compromises sustainable development, in particular in Africa, where we are seeing a large number of species being destroyed, being killed. Angola has committed itself to facing up to this threat to global security and to nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Her Excellency from Angola. I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to Excellency from Finland.
Distinguished Madam Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, let me first express that Finland fully aligns itself with the statement by the European Union and its member states. And I also thank Norway and support its initiative concerning marine litter and microplastics. We are encountered with a great task to transform our societies into a sustainable path. The new Global 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development gives us the political framework. Now it's time to act. This meeting demonstrates our joint ambitions in a concrete way. We need to be determined both collectively and as states and societies. We, the Ministers of the Environment, have to ensure that the environmental aspects are fully integrated into the policies implementing the Agenda 2030. The integrated approach is the key to success. The environmental action can't be taken in silos. We need to recognize the social and economic dimensions and find mutually reinforcing solutions. Finland is one of the first voluntary countries to report in the HLPF in July. This reporting will also support the preparation of the National Agenda 2030 implementation plan. The plan will be crafted by the end of this year in close cooperation with the civil society, the private sector, and other stakeholders. To get guidance on Finland's strengths and weaknesses in implementing the SDGs, a gap analysis is right now under preparation. Madam Moderator, the Agenda 2030 gives a strong impetus for the UN organizations to organize their work in a coordinated and coherent manner. As the leading global environmental authority, UNEP has a pivotal role in the implementation, follow-up and review of the environmental dimension. But UNEP cannot do the job alone. To ensure coherent implementation, we need to continue the work on the system-wide framework of strategies for the environment with other UN bodies and secretariats. In Finland, we acknowledge UNEP's good track record in pioneering for an integrated approach on sustainable development. It has been demonstrated through many successful initiatives, such as Partnership for Action on Green Economy, PAGE, and the 10-year framework of programs on sustainable consumption and production. I'm also convinced that the steadily improving cooperation between UNEP and the multilateral environmental agreements will significantly contribute in the coherent implementation of the Agenda 2030. As the World Environment Ministers, we should take the leadership in strengthening the environmental dimension. We need to ensure that political messages of UNEA are conveyed to the high-level political forum this July and in years to come. Finland stands ready to pass on the key UNEA recommendations in our own national statements in the HLPF. At this second session of UNEA, we should build on the momentum and join our efforts for the benefit of the global environment and coherent implementation of the Agenda 2030. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
I thank the distinguished representative from Finland and for the time that you save for others to speak. Much appreciated. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative from the United Arab Emirates.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is my pleasure to greet you from the United Arab Emirates, and I would like to express our profound appreciation for the efforts undertaken by UNEP to attain sustainable development at a global level. Similarly, I would like to greet those who are here, and I would like indeed to pay tribute to and congratulate the President of this session. Madam Chair, 2015 was a very significant year in terms of sustainability. Two landmarks took place. First of all, the Plan for Sustainable Development to 2030 and the Paris Climate Agreement. Under the aegis of the UNFCCC, the agenda and the convention that we had the honor to sign are a framework of cooperation and partnership between the various parties under the aegis of the United Nations and its specialized agencies towards the future that we all yearn for. These two events were extremely important in 2015, but it was also an important year at a national level because we saw environment achievements, for example, the declaration of the national strategy, which we rolled out to accelerate innovation in the various sectors for development, and we also made a significant change within the government in order to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. Similarly, we had to face up to several climate-based challenges. And to deal with this, we rolled out a strategic mechanism, which involved the implementation of the UAE strategy for green development, which aims to transform our economy towards a green economy and a low-carbon economy by 2021. Secondly, we have a large solar energy complex in our country which aims to produce 5,000 megawatts of energy by 2030 in order to contribute to the energy mix in our country. We also hosted the 27th meeting of state parties to the Montreal Protocol on the management of HFCs in order to find alternatives to these substances, which have an impact on the climate. Last year, we also saw increasing interest in food security and that issue. And that is why we adopted our national agricultural policy, which is based on sustainable modes of production and environmentally friendly modes of production. We also strengthened our water sources, protected them from the harmful effects of environmental degradation, and we also increased cooperation in the area of biodiversity by adopting various strategies to conserve species at risk of extinction. We also fought against the illegal trade in wildlife in my country, as well as implementing follow-up mechanisms and providing capacity building at our borders. And we also established national and international mechanisms in that area. With other states, we also worked on fighting against poverty and famine, and to provide education and healthcare for all, and to facilitate the empowerment of women. We are a pioneer when it comes to providing donations in order to implement development programs. We have also adopted standards within sustainable transport and green infrastructure. We also worked on implementing the SDGs generally, and we do hope that these goals will be attained through our effective participation with the United Nations Organization and its specialized agencies, and UNEP in particular. Thank you.
Thank the distinguished representative from the UAE. I'd now like to give the floor to Mr. Carlos Lopez, our Executive Secretary, the Economic Commission for Africa. We all know that Africa carries many burdens and many not of their doing. Agenda 2063 is a roadmap for Africa. And I'd like to ask Carlos how that and the regional level can help to leverage actions through UNEA to achieving that agenda.
Thank you, Moderator and Chair. Both of you have been playing a very critical role, and I would like to acknowledge that. We are, after all, discussing a construct where Amina was the key author, so it's really acknowledged. We have been listening for hours now, different statements, and I hear from the statements three messages. The first message is the eagerness of member states to prove that they are doing something about the issues. Lots of examples, each country trying to present their best face in light of what everybody recognizes is a very challenging agenda. The second message is that there is a shift in the discussion. We are now much more worried about implementation, which is a very welcome development. And then the third message is the plea that I keep hearing over and over, sometimes directed to donors, sometimes directed to international organizations, sometimes directed to ministers of finance in different governments, about how are we going to be listened to. It's as if the environmental dimension was not yet completely acknowledged by other players that are key in this discussion. Which brings me to a metaphor that I have used several times. I would like to use once again, which I call the cappuccino approach. The cappuccino approach is about we normally take care of the economy as the foundation of everything. It's like our coffee is the strong part of the cappuccino. And then when we actually think that we have fixed the economy, we deal with the social dimensions. I'm going to believe that is our milk. And finally, once we have a good mix of the two, we can sprinkle something at the top. It can be foam, it can be chocolate, it can be cocoa. That's our environment. And this is the way we have been dealing with these three pillars of sustainable development. We never mix them completely. And in fact, when we do, it's a very short cappuccino that we drink very quickly. And once we have a problem, there is something not going well in any given country, the first thing we get rid of is the environment. And once we still believe that we have not fixed completely the problem, we get rid of the social gains. And this is the way we have been dealing with the three pillars. How do we change this dynamic? And I think the only way we can change this dynamic is by making sure that we demonstrate that it is the economy itself that has to change. It is about, the notions that we have been discussing since this morning, how to make sure that the financial system responds to the new set of incentives, how we deal with green economy more than a slogan, and we have specifics on how different countries are going to tackle this challenge. And so far as Africa is concerned, to respond to the challenge that was thrown at me by Amina, it's about how we make sure that there is structural transformation of African economies. And of course, structural transformation is not a new debate. It's over a century for those who are interested in economic theory. But in our specific situation nowadays in Africa, it has a specific meaning. And that is about making sure that agricultural productivity goes up, because that's where most of the poverty resides. Making sure that the service economy is going to integrate a formal economy, is not going to be something that is not contributing to the sustainability of modern structures, including tax systems, and doing industrialization. Now, if we are going to do these three things, then they are very challenging because we are latecomers in most of them. We have to do it with a smartness, with a sophistication that has to be absolutely essential for us to make it. And this requires leapfrogging. Leapfrogging is not just about technology. It's about also methodologies. It's about processes. It's about learning how to integrate, for instance, social policy in the economic discussion. So that is the challenge that we have right now. And I think it is essential that we don't keep repeating these three messages that we have listened for hours without actually going deeper and drilling into what is the key challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. That has woken us up to leapfrogging means changing the way we do things if we want to meet the challenges that we presented, and we found solutions to them last year in three different ways: the SDGs, the financing for development, and the Paris Agreement. That gave us ambition, but it clearly sent a message that it is possible to get something ambitious, and therefore it should be possible to find the way of doing things differently in order to implement and deliver on that ambition. On that, I'd like to give the floor to our distinguished representative from Romania. No?
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, distinguished moderator, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if I can raise to the challenge that was put up by the previous speaker. While the environment is one of the strategic matters of global interest alongside peace, security, and health, is increasingly gaining worldwide attention, I would like to emphasize an even more stringent necessity for us all to consider in our quest to identify the most progressive and sustainable ways to successfully accomplish the 2030 environmental agenda. And that is that we have to recognize and act, in fact, on the fact that the environment is a key enabler for inclusive and sustainable economic and social development. In other words, investing in the environment represents a catalyst to kickstart growth, more specifically green growth, in which the environment is an opportunity and engine of development rather than a cost and a barrier to it, as we used to regard it for a long time. In my current role as Minister of Environment, Waters and Forests in Romania, I made it my priority to see the transition to green economy in my country. And indeed, as many speakers have emphasized today, I think our challenge goes beyond setting out a transition. And in fact, we are talking about engaging in a scale-wide societal transformation, which requires a paradigm and mentality shift in the way we tackle questions of economic development, growth, and preservation of our natural capital in the 21st century. Leading such a change is not easy. It takes courage, passion, vision, and determination, for the resistance to change is high and the obstacles are many. Having actively participated in the Rio+20 post-2015 framework, the Sendai framework, and the Paris COP, I took home the learnings, and I'm investing all my energy to promote a pragmatic systems approach to green development and green transformation in my country, away from a silos approach and based on integration and cooperation across traditional economic sectors. For a country like Romania, which is endowed with a very rich natural capital, putting the environment at the heart of our development plans and aspirations is not only a matter of good policy and breaking the silos, but it is primarily a recognition that we have a strong competitive advantage and we can harvest the benefits of it. Inspired by UNEA's view on co-opting finance and investments to consider the environment opportunities and capitalize on generating new economic markets, several prerequisites for sustainable development have been identified and are being gradually introduced in my government's program this year. First of all, greening the existing conventional economy by encouraging a process of eco-innovation, introducing new technologies, business models to support the transformation of existing industries in terms of environmental performance with direct impact on economic competitiveness. Secondly, growing a green economy from the onset by stimulating eco-entrepreneurship and cross-sector green business models that generate profit and wealth for people, planet, and the economy. Among them, encouraging clean technology, responsible industrial processes, sustainable consumption and production in strategic areas like renewable energy, storage, and energy efficiency. All of them are a way to steer precious energy and labor resources towards a positive economic transformation that is well integrated in the environment and that creates jobs and employment. Thirdly, fostering circular economy in response to acute signals of resource exhaustion. We support the creation of new economic models that, through eco-design, life cycle assessments, create significant savings of primary raw materials and create markets for secondary raw materials. I personally see all these actions as concrete and pragmatic steps that we could all adopt in our respective countries. Therefore, I once more support the vision of environment becoming central to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Clearly, there is no one-size-fits-all, and there are no prescriptive recipes for how to reach a more balanced sustainable development. Thus, a collaborative approach and partnership commitment is needed in order to reach our common goal. And I believe that UNEA too is our chance to show our readiness and commitment of implementing the new sustainable development and green economy architecture. In closing, I would like to urge all of us, Ministers of Environment, to use the power and influence of our mandate to facilitate and lead the revolutionary transformation of mindsets that is necessary to inspire a universe of solutions that we all need in order to make peace with nature in our one and only beautiful blue planet. I thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative from Romania. It is just, ladies and gentlemen, it's just been brought to my notice that the electronic screen in front of you that has a listing of member states is what you're looking at and is not accurate. That is not, in fact, the list that we've been using, and there has been an error in putting that on since this morning. So I want to apologize profusely on behalf of the Secretariat. Therefore, I'd like to read out the lists that I have now, and I'm doing that with the full knowledge that unless we keep to 3 minutes, many of you will not have time to speak. But I've made this plea from the beginning, and it is at the end of the day at the discretion of the member states how long they speak to. Therefore, let me just quickly read this out. You will know where you are, and that we have 40 minutes to finish. After which, by the way, the interpreters close. So it's not just a question of how long I can sit here with you, and I'm happy to do that for as long as we can, but the interpreters will close at 7. The list is as follows. Poland, Indonesia, Austria, Belarus, Nicaragua, Mali, Ecuador, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, France, Somalia, Switzerland, the United States of America, Japan, Argentina, Samoa, Iraq, Turkey, and Kenya. That's what I have. Am I right? I therefore would like to ask the distinguished representative of Poland to please take the floor.
Somebody asking point of order.
Point of order? Where? Just one moment. There is a point of order from... I can't quite see. Yemen? Yeah. Okay. So we're adding Yemen to and the Maldives. Can we have Poland? That doesn't work?
Working? Yes, it's working. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for these 3 minutes. Poland has committed itself to effectively implement the Agenda 2030. We have significant achievements that include legal and methodological instruments for sustainable development implementation. The Polish government has recently adopted a plan for responsible development. It's concentrated on activities aimed at socio-regional development, development of innovative companies, science and business cooperation, and reindustrialization by supporting national specialization. This plan presents a new approach to economic policy. It points to the key projects that form basis for development of modern, competitive and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, Agenda 2030 is strictly connected with adopted Paris Agreement. Mainly goals of this agreement is to diminish a concentration of greenhouse gas from the atmosphere as soon as possible, as quick as possible, as efficient as possible, and as cheap as possible. We have 2 fields of activities according to Paris Agreement. First, reduction emission. It is connected with a new technology, with innovation. It is generally possible to say low carbon emission. But we have a second field of activities. It is a sequestration of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, absorption of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere for soil regeneration, for regeneration of forest. It is connected with water quality, air quality, and of course increase of production of food. It is a problem also with the hunger elimination. If we'll be look for Poland, Poland is unique from the point of view of biodiversity. We have all our native species occur in the field, in the forest. Why? Because we have a traditional agriculture, extensive agriculture, and we have a very modern, not very modern according to system concept, forestry. We use these resources as forest and also with protection of species. And from this point of view, we have also big problems at that moment. Why? Because we have a very famous in the world forest, and the name of this forest is Białowieża forest. This forest has inside Białowieża National Park, and he has also forest district, managed forest district. It's possible to say that commercial forest district. But if you will be compare biodiversity between national park and commercial forest district, we have much more rich biodiversity in the commercial forest district. We had, because now we haven't. Why? Because on the basis of political decision, some of our politicians decided that this commercial forest was never touched by man, and it is necessary to protect this forest against people. And the result is that we, at that moment, stopped to manage this forest, and reaction of this is that in this region, which was in normal reach from the point of view of biodiversity, from the Natura 2000, in this region disappeared a habitat and species connected with this habitat for Natura 2000. We stopped to explore, is possible to say, this forest, and we have a decreasing of biodiversity. The reason of this is that we stop to use this biodiversity. And here is a really problem also in the world scale. What kind of philosophy will be adopted? One philosophy is to protect against the man, and second philosophy is use these resources for sustainable development, for protection of biodiversity also. It is our traditional way in the past. Now we have problems, and we started to implement our knowledge for rebuilding of these natural resources. And I send to you, all of you, our project. I invite you to Poland to discuss about this enormous, famous forest Białowieża. Second problem is that
Your Excellency, could I please ask you to wrap up?
I
we have half an hour
I would
with
like
20
to say
people.
only that
please,
for
Your
us
Excellency.
it's necessary to really implement a sustainable development on the basis of knowledge. Our priority is education, how to use natural resources with from the point of view of sustainable development. Poland is open for discussion and open for learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I now ask the distinguished representative from Indonesia to take the floor.
This way? Thank you. Thank you, Excellency Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia appreciates the hard work of all parties and UNEP, which is resulting materials as presented. It is encouraging to enhance the concerted efforts to achieve sustainable development goals, and more important is confirming the balance of environment and economic development. Indeed, sustainable development is our common goal, and each of us must play our part in that endeavor. Indonesia is doing our part. We incorporated the essence of the SDGs into formal document of 5 years development plan under the Presidential Decree on Medium-Term National Development Plan containing priorities of agendas annually. To enhance the achievement of SDGs, the government has established 18 priorities program for the year of 2017, covering subjects on healthcare, housing and settlement, food security, energy security, agriculture, maritime and marine, tourism, industrial growth, village and rural development, urban development, poverty alleviation, agrarian reform, community empowerment and social capital, small and medium enterprise improvement, sustainable natural resources management, and climate resilience. In terms of Indonesia's effort towards the implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Agenda, we have built commitment and cooperation with international institutions and UN agencies in applying cooperation, in applying renewable energy, promoting green economy, finance, and reflected in the program and plan of action. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, by means of multilateral environment agreement, supported by global environment facilities on capacity development for implementing Rio Convention through enhancing incentive mechanism for sustainable watershed and land management, as well as supported by relevant stakeholders and sources, Indonesia moved forward for the commonalities, complementaries, and coherence between the implementation of existing international agreements. Key outputs will be included: firstly, the development of appropriate amendments and bylaws to key policy and legal instruments related to Rio Convention obligation. Secondly, best practices economic instruments developed and piloted. Thirdly, resource mobilization strategy to ensure long-term financial sustainability and global environment outcome. And fourth, roadmap for mainstreaming Convention into development policies and strategies. And the fifth, policy tools on linkages among sustainable land development, sustainable watershed management, green growth and development policies and strategies. And finally, agreed memoranda of agreement to consult, share information, coordinate, and collaborate to mainstream Rio Convention. Excellencies, I will end my remarks. We look forward for a better implementation in the future. Thank you, Excellency Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I much appreciate that. And very quickly to give the floor to His Excellency from Austria.
Thank you, Excellency, dear moderator. First of all, let me fully align myself with the statements by the European Union and the Member States this morning. It is the right moment to discuss the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda here at the UNEA too. Who else than the UNEP, the custodian of the environment in the UN system, should have clear ideas how to support the implementation of the environment-related SDGs. And it's also clear that we cannot achieve sustainable development unless environmental aspects are fully taken into account. This is also in light of the Paris Agreement on climate change, which we signed on April 22nd. And let me focus on 4 important points. Mainstreaming of environment across implementation plans and activities is crucial because it's not unipolar, SDGs are interlinked. Therefore, we as environment ministers have to work together with colleagues from other policy areas in order to deliver on the environment dimension. We must involve all stakeholders in civil society in the implementation of the SDGs at all levels. And fourth, UNEA should regularly review delivery on the environmental dimension on the 2030 Agenda for SDGs. In Austria, we have launched the implementation of the 2030 Agenda with a decision of the government based on a national stock-taking exercise. And we are aligning our national policy framework with the SDGs, and here we aim to approach national policies through the SDG lens. Most of our national policy framework rely on well-established multi-stakeholder processes, and this multi-stakeholder fora will be a key instrument in mainstreaming the SDGs. My ministry is competent for agriculture, forestry, environment and water management, so more than half of the SDG agenda, and it's currently preparing the thematic framework for the draft action plan for the 2017 to 2020 period. I believe that national implementation efforts should also be supported by cooperation between countries and between the respective competent authorities. One good example, the European Sustainable Development Network, is currently developing a peer learning mechanism for 2030 Agenda implementation. In 2014, we launched the European Sustainable Development Week together with my French and German colleagues. From 2016 onwards, this week will serve as a catalyst and awareness-raising mechanism for the implementation of the SDGs in Europe. The closing event of the 2016 week will be devoted to SDG for the green future, investing for future generations. The event will take place at the Vienna headquarters of the United Nations next week on the 3rd of June. Representatives of youth organizations from all over Europe will engage in discussions on the SDGs, focusing on active integration and participation of young people in decision-making processes that deliver on the 2030 Agenda. As a symbolic highlight, we will plant an SDG alley with 17 trees in the center of the UN Vienna headquarters. Like our work on implementing the SDGs, we expect them to thrive and grow larger in the coming years, benefiting future generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency from Austria. Now give the floor to His Excellency from Belarus.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express our heartfelt gratitude to the United Nations and the President of Kenya for the wonderful organisation of such a representative assembly and for having given me the opportunity to speak to such an august assembly. The United Nations organisation is unique in that it is a key partner of Belarus on many different matters, and first place here goes to protection of the environment. Belarus has been developing its economy on the basis of its national strategic development policy up until 2030 with a complex and comprehensive approach to all spheres of the economy and protection of the environment. We have more than 10 strategies and programmes to protect the environment, including comprehensive and sustainable development of ecosystems and natural resources through establishing economic and social development and the safety of the country as our guiding principle. We have seen substantive results in conformity with international standards, and we have used environmental data in planning environmental and social development policies in the Republic. Belarus complies fully with all of its commitments under international agreements, and we are highly interested in developing the green economy. We see this as a major tool for sustainable development and our environmental policy as a whole. We would underscore the leading role played by donor countries in helping us to ensure a shift towards a green economy and use innovative technologies. At the 7th Environmental Ministers of Europe conference and at the Rio Plus 20 conference, we shared our experience with other countries on the parameters for a green economy. We have developed a system of measures since these events to harness the potential in our economy to make sure it can function along environmental lines. Ensuring green growth means that we have to have the right tools. We have worked together with partners and conducted reforms to make sure that all of our instruments and tools perform better and protect the environment to the greatest extent possible. We have also been involved in state regulation of industry. We have made sure as well that all the regulations and best available technology is available to all. The Republic of Belarus is fully prepared to honour voluntary commitments to develop infrastructure for public transport which is environmentally friendly, to develop sustainable agriculture, and to further implement international standards in all sectors. We are striving to ensure a clean, green economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency from Belarus. I now give the floor to Excellency from Nicaragua.
Good night. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. For Nicaragua, it is an honor to convey greetings from the President of the Republic, Commander Daniel Ortega, and Rosario Murillo, who is the coordinator of the ministry, to the second UNEA. As a body of the United Nations Environment Programme, to all of its authorities and to the delegations of the world who are here today and who are gathered here with the shared goal of fighting for a better world for our children and future generations and for the rights of Mother Earth, which is today suffering. Chair, we welcome the election of Costa Rica as the President of UNEA too, and we wish him the best of success in his work. Our government, under the leadership of President Daniel Ortega, is currently applying a model of public management which the people itself has called a model of dialogue and consensus in line with the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, which has made it possible to attain high indices of economic growth and social development, which is acknowledged in international studies such as those carried out by the World Bank and the IMF. Nicaragua will receive a significant boost by the next stage of construction of the Great Interoceanic Canal, which will also provide a contribution to the adaptations to climate change by improving global marine traffic and significantly reducing emissions of greenhouse gases, together with a massive project of reforestation of reforestation and fighting against deforestation. According to the World Meteorological Organization, the increase of temperature in February 2016 was 1.36 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. This was the highest increase in history. The Paris Agreement will not curb the temperature increase to 2 degrees at this rate, and certainly won't attain 1.5 degrees. The results of the INDCs that countries presented in 2015 provides significantly more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And so according to the science, we are going up to 3.6 degrees warming. Given that this is a global average, this leads us to conclude that we will have catastrophic increases of between 4 and 6 degrees in tropical countries, and indeed Nicaragua is particularly affected by this. Climate change is a catastrophe, and we must therefore act against it. It is a moral duty for us to do so, and Pope Francis has pointed this out himself. The Paris Agreement offers no solution to the impacts of climate change. There is no funding for loss and damage, and worse than this, it says that we developing countries should not have compensation for loss and damage, and there are no legal guarantees for us to adhere to. Solutions based on quantifiable and transparent scientific information is very important for countries that are suffering from the consequences of climate change, and this is as a result of historic responsibilities, after all. This was the message delivered by the President of Nicaragua to the 70th session of the General Assembly. Nicaragua did not adopt the Paris Agreement, and it will not sign the Paris Agreement, and it hopes that other heads of government and social movements will also put pressure on developed countries for them to increase their levels of ambition, given that this is the only way to avoid the catastrophic scenario of 3 degrees warming. The delegation of Nicaragua believes it is very important that we ensure that UNEA too, as a dependent body of UNEP, should respect its statutes. UNEA can't act as an administrative body under the exclusive interests of just some blocks of developed countries. The results of this assembly will never be transparent and inclusive if this assembly does not respect the elemental principles of international law, such as the sovereignty of states and the principle of the free determination of peoples. In conclusion, Nicaragua, exercising its full powers and sovereignty in full compliance with the regulation of the United Nations Environment Assembly, calls to rule number 37 and respect for rule number 44, 48 and 49. These clearly state that this has led to our decision not to be part of any of the resolutions that may result from this assembly, given that the rules of the procedure of the assembly have been violated and the multilateral customs that we so respect in the framework of the United Nations have also been violated. We do request that this speech be recorded, and we will submit a copy of the speech to the Secretariat.
Our delegate from Nicaragua. I now give the floor to His Excellency from Mali.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. On behalf of the Government of the Republic of Mali, I wish to thank the Kenyan authorities and UNEP for the high-quality welcome and organisation of this assembly. I would congratulate Mr. Achim Steiner on having achieved the progress recognised by all. Mali subscribes to the declaration made by Egypt on behalf of the African Group. Madam President, Mali is one of the countries most affected by climate change and faced with deforestation, environmental pollution, and the situation of endangered species. Given these major problems, we have a national strategy to face up to climate change, and we have recently revised our tools to bring them into line with the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, our country, Mali, would express our gratitude to UNEP for all of its assistance to establish programs in Mali. This has enabled us to focus on development in all of its dimensions and to define the approach of the international community to combat poverty, to increase living standards whilst protecting the environment. 2015 was marked by the world really becoming aware of environmental risks through the adoption of the SDGs and the negotiation of the Paris Agreement on the climate. This new awareness of the environment and its issues in development policies should also take account of human rights issues and justice. Human rights and environment are indivisible. We see our search for natural resources leading to greater vulnerability of communities, and the poor gestion and poor management of resources leads to injustice vis-à-vis future generations. We have seen increased commitment of all stakeholders in implementation of the goals, but unfortunately, the least developed countries are not well prepared to participate in these efforts, and we hope that we can receive further support to our efforts to integrate the environmental dimension into all of our policies and strategies, in particular our policies for sustainable development. Madam President, to conclude, I would wish Dr. Eric Solheim every success in his new post, and I hope that he will bolster the excellent cooperation that we have with UNEP. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to our representative from Ecuador.
A very good evening, and brotherly greetings, facilitator, ministers, heads of delegation. And we would like to express thanks to Kenya for hosting us. First of all, we would like to welcome the solidarity shown to our country in the wake of the earthquake that struck the country. We lost 633 people, thousands of houses were destroyed, and livelihoods have been destroyed with a significant economic impact. We need to have a new social pact globally to ensure that we meet results for 2030. We need to change the rules of the game if we are to achieve socially beneficial results. We need to have environmental justice. With this vision, our international efforts have made it possible for us to start a transition in our country to achieve structural transformation and to derive material benefits for people during the transition, which made it possible for them to improve their life. My country is one of the most biodiverse in the world, but we also inherited a very significant challenge for sustainable development. We have the second highest amount of forestation in the region, but nevertheless, we have a great deal of pollution in the country. We have pollutants affecting the energy system. We, in fact, inherited a country that was suffering from decades of neoliberalism, and we therefore had the urgent task of building a new Ecuador. We also had to face, obviously, significant challenges after the earthquake, and that is why we had tried to change the rules in line with our new constitution. We have realized the rights of nature and biodiversity as a strategic resource. In Ecuador, we have rolled out an alternative to the traditional concept of development, that is to say, living well in harmony with nature, a model in which the best strategies for the elimination of poverty include consideration for the environment. We have a new development plan which reflects all of these goals and is in line with our desire to achieve the SDGs in their entirety. This framework made it possible for us to introduce the new transition to ensure also that we can benefit from the best possible scientific knowledge available. Our economy has grown significantly over the last 10 years, and our people enjoy free healthcare and free education. We have managed to wean our economy off, our energy mix off fossil fuels, and we have managed to invest in renewable energies in doing so. And we have ensured that a significant part of our country is dedicated to achieving these goals for renewable energy. We are pioneers when it comes to conserving the oceans. We have a new marine area near the Galapagos Islands. Madam Moderator, we believe that the current environmental system is not working, and we do need to change the rules of the game. We lack global institutions at the moment to define the rules for the environment. How can we have courts that protect destructive investment in our country? After all, we in our country have a legal system that protects the rights of the environment. What we need is environmental justice, and we need binding rules to enforce this. We have an excellent model in our region. So what I'm saying is not a chimera, it's something that can be achieved. We have two concrete proposals that we would suggest that would allow us to change the current situation. We must also change the way in which we work so that we can fully enjoy the benefits that the environment can give in terms of development. We need to have access to cutting-edge technology. After all, 90% of the patents in industry are possessed by only 3 countries in the world, and we need to change that state of affairs. We need to ensure that every country has suitable access to technology. And we need to ensure that access to technology is not limited. Finally, Ecuador's transition proves that sustainable development is a political option. We have managed to change things around in our country after the period of neoliberalism, first of all, and then after the earthquake more recently. What we need is to undertake structural changes in our economy. If we can do it at a local level, then we can do it globally, and we can make sure that we attain the 2030 goals to obtain real environmental justice. Finally, I would like to communicate that we will host the Habitat 3 conference in Quito. We would like to welcome all of you to Ecuador, and we will ensure that sustainable development is fair in nature. Thank you.
Distinguished representative from Ecuador, I now give the floor to the Excellency from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My delegation aligns itself with the statements delivered by the distinguished delegates from Uganda on behalf of the Africa Group and Argentina on behalf of the G77 and China. On behalf of the delegation of Zimbabwe, I would like to congratulate you, Dr. Guterres, on your election as the president of this second session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, as well as the newly elected members of the Bureau. I wish to thank the Executive Director, Mr. Steiner, and his team, who worked tirelessly towards the successful convening of this second Environmental Assembly. I equally wish to thank the government and people of the Republic of Kenya for the traditional Kenyan hospitality extended to my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful city of Nairobi, our environmental capital. Madam Chairperson, against the background of various decisions reached by our heads of state and government in 2015, including the adoption of the Agenda 2030 on sustainable development and sustainable development goals, it is timely and appropriate that the theme for this second session of our Assembly is delivering on the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As we agreed at our African Ministerial Forum, AMSEN, last month in Cairo, Egypt, our motto is UNEA, and elsewhere is implementation, implementation, and implementation. In support of Agenda 2030 on sustainable development, my government has developed a position paper on implementation of the SDGs and aligned it to our economic blueprint, the Zimbabwe Agenda for Sustainable and Socio-Economic Transformation, ZIM Asset. This economic blueprint has 5 clusters, namely food security and nutrition, value addition and beneficiation, social services and poverty reduction, infrastructure and utilities, physical reform measures, aid coordination and public administration, governance and performance management. In addition, the position paper sets the tone for a post-2015 agenda for Zimbabwe, which addresses the causes of poverty and facilitates the enhancement of the country's development by promoting inclusive economic growth. social transformation, and strengthening the resilience of our people. It is indeed my sincere hope that this Environment Assembly will come up with a strong and focused political ministerial declaration that sends a strong message to the entire world on our combined commitment to the integrated implementation of the environmental dimension of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. The declaration should also give guidance to the Executive Director of UNEP and his team on the implementation of the decisions of this Assembly. Madam Chairperson, let me also take this opportunity to express my government's appreciation for bilateral cooperation with UNEP that covers a wide array of issues ranging from waste management, ecosystem restoration, capacity building, environmental law, and climate change, among others. I wish to express my government's sincere thanks to Akim Steiner for the able stewardship of UNEP in the last 10 years and wish him every success in his future endeavors. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative from Zimbabwe and now give the floor to Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This statement actually belongs to, supposed to be read by Mrs. Amina Mohammed, the Minister of Environment of Nigeria, and I'm just going to read out. And if you want to understand it, the best thing is for you to look straight to the podium and look at her while you hear my voice. Thank you. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria aligns itself fully with the positions of the Africa Group and the G77 plus China. Let me express my profound appreciation to the people and government of Kenya for hosting the UNEA for the second time, and the warm hospitality extended to me and members of my delegation since we arrived in the beautiful city of Nairobi. I should also like to congratulate you, Mr. President, and my colleagues, members of the Bureau, on our appointment to steer the affairs of this second session of the United Nations Environment Assembly. I'd like to thank the Executive Director and his team at the UNEP Secretariat for their enormous efforts in facilitating our meetings, producing documents and reports to ensure a successful meeting that will meet the expectations of member states. I also congratulate Mr. Akim Steiner for his excellent work and friendship as the Executive Director of UNEP, and to wish him well as he begins a new journey in his amazing career. Mr. President, Agenda 2030, as we all know, is one that aims to address the root causes of unsustainable consumption and production patterns and transform them into sustainable lifestyles and livelihoods. Empowering people, taking climate action, and protecting the environment are at the heart of changing the narrative and putting us firmly on the path of sustainable development. The cross-cutting nature of the 17 SDGs and 169 targets, therefore, requires integration, synergy, and genuine partnerships for the goals and targets to be successfully achieved. We need to remember our commitments in 2015, that no one should be left behind, and as such, our watchwords must focus on dignity, rights, respect, tolerance, and hope. For without these values, we will surely leave many behind on the journey to Agenda 2030. In this regard, we applaud the role of UNEA in demonstrating strong multilateral leadership to drive the successful delivery of the environmental dimensions of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Similarly, as UNEP takes the lead in facilitating the implementation in our various countries, we must continuously strengthen UNEP to provide the necessary support that will enhance the technical capacity and capability of member states, especially the developing countries. Mr. President, it is important for me to highlight that at the national level, Nigeria, in the face of a complex context of conflict, falling oil prices and governance challenges, is engaging in extensive consultations with key stakeholders, including civil society, young people, and good business, to build this required synergy and partnerships that are fundamental towards our pursuit for the achievement of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development and the AU Agenda 2063. We are going into a terrain not there before by engaging the private sector, using the Nigeria Stock Exchange as a platform to take advantage of the opportunities and challenges of the Sustainable Development Agenda to drive the process of greening our economy. Furthermore, we are strengthening our enforcement mechanisms to ensure that developmental activities to improve our infrastructure are done in harmony with the environment and people, especially women. Addressing pollution, the oil spills clean-up in Ogoniland will be launched on the 2nd of June 2016 to flag off the commencement of a 25-year cleanup process, holding oil companies to account as we try to restore our ecosystems. Finally, Mr. President, I wish to seize this opportunity to acknowledge the role played by UNEP, the ED, Mr. Akim Steiner, and his team at the critical stages of finding a way forward in the resolution of the oil spills cleanup in the Niger Delta. The commitment of UNEP to science and expertise informed the ambition of the SDGs, the role of the finance inquiry in bringing alternatives to the Addis Ababa Accord, and finally the shaping of the Paris Agreement in defining the synergy between climate change and environment. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Delegate from Nigeria. I now have the pleasure of giving the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2015 was a landmark for the environment and sustainable development with the adoption of the 2030 Agenda and its 17 SDGs during the New York Summit and the adoption of the Climate Agreement in Paris 2 months later. Their universal nature, their ambition and their ability to get beyond differences shows our will to move forward for a fairer world which protects the environment and future generations. We need now to act commensurate in line with our responsibilities, and in that regard the 2030 Agenda is crucial. We have the high-level political forum for sustainable development, and in order to contribute to this and in line with its role in negotiations, France will be one of the first countries to come up with the means of implementation nationally in July. First of all, we need to ensure the involvement of all states and all IGOs in order for the agreement to be a success. We need to ensure that we have greater consistency within environmental governance globally. In this regard, I would like to welcome the draft resolutions that are devoted to synergy between MEAs and also agreements on biodiversity and in terms of UNEP's relations with MEAs. But we do need to move forward on policies if we are really to attain sustainable development. We therefore, in this Assembly, need to come up with strong messages for the high-level forum. Of course, on the progress and the major challenges that we environment ministers are facing. But in particular, we need to show nature-based solutions and environmental viability, and they offer opportunities in order for us to make the 2030 Agenda a reality. And this relates to all of its social, economic and environmental dimensions. The CBD's COP13 will work on integrating biodiversity within other policies, and we do need to recognize these interlinkages. And in terms of policies in the agricultural and fisheries sector, inter alia, they will also be relevant. Integrating biodiversity must also be reflected in our national strategies, our development strategies and our national accounts. In France, biodiversity is a key issue. The adoption of the law on the recovery of biodiversity and countryside is in the pipeline. And in our national policies, assistance to developing countries, in particular the most vulnerable countries, is also in there. And indeed, France has increased support for biodiversity to more than 200 billion euros in 200 million euros in 2015. This is in line with our biodiversity strategy, and we make significant voluntary contributions to various biodiversity conventions. 2016 is a year of opportunity, but also of responsibility. we have a unique opportunity to plan a sustainable future for humanity and the planet. We are all involved in this task, and we cannot shirk our responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank the distinguished delegate from France, and again appreciate the leadership of France at COP21. I'd like to pass the floor now to the distinguished delegate from Somalia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I should, at the outset, seize the opportunity to pay tribute to Dr. Achim Steiner, the departing Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme. I think we should state that Dr. Steiner did not fail to reach out to the vulnerables, the marginalized, and he did not fail to reach out to the countries that have succumbed to protracted crisis. He has to be commended for that. We hope that his successor will build on what has actually been achieved during Mr. Steiner's leadership at the United Nations Environment Programme. We in Somalia, Madam Chair, notwithstanding the unique national circumstances that have emanated as a result of the protracted crisis that we have succumbed to, we will, however, be committed to meeting our obligations under the MEAs, the Multilateral Environmental Agreements, and also the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have, in fact, already started implementing many of the provisions in the different multilateral environmental agreements that we have acceded to. Madam Chair, concerted efforts are being undertaken in Somalia with a view to building the human and institutional capacities to ensure that post-conflict development in our country is inclusive of environmental dimensions that are important at the global as well as the local levels. We will make sure that 2030 agenda is radicalization and conflict sensitive and be guided by the principles of human security. We will also make sure that 2030 agenda promotes a positive peace whereby the societies are grounded in values such as justice, equality, and inclusion. Madam Chair, the importance of an inclusive development agenda for global prosperity has been clearly articulated by world leaders in the context of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as they pledged that no one will be left behind. I hope we will be committed to prioritize the needs of the poorest, the most vulnerable, and the marginalized. Sustainable development goals should not be tantamount to the MDGs, which have failed to address adequately issues of exclusion and inequality. As I conclude my remarks, Madam Chair, I would like to affirm that Somalia, as it reconstructs itself following a prolonged crisis, will ensure that it becomes part of a global low-carbon future. Now, in terms of the finances that are needed locally for the implementation of the SDGs, we will involve and engage our private sector. I think it is absolutely important that our private sector internalizes the social cost of the externalities that have actually generated as a result of their activities. We will make sure that they adhere and comply with the principles of social corporate responsibility. Thank you very much, Madam.
I thank the distinguished delegate from Somalia. And now give the floor to the last speaker of the evening, after which the Secretariat will read out the list for tomorrow, the distinguished delegate from Yemen.
نعم نشكركم شكرا جزيلا ونشكر كل.
We would like to thank you all, and we would like to thank all of those who have taken part in this meeting. And we would like to express thanks to the host country, Kenya. In the name of God, and on behalf of all humanity, and for all religions and the entire ecosystem in the world, we are asking you, indeed we are urging you, to help the people of Yemen. This is a duty that you have. We do ask you to help the people of Yemen. I would like to ask the President of the meeting to stand up for a minute as I speak on behalf of the people of Yemen, because my country is currently suffering. Am I going to stand up alone, or will you follow me? I would please ask you also to stand up. I would like to stress the rights of the people of Yemen. I do regret the fact that nobody heeded my request. This meeting is being conducted in relative luxury in comparison to the famine that is raging in my country. We can see death and destruction in Yemen. People are suffering from hunger and thirst. Nevertheless, this assembly is being conducted in luxury, and you all live in luxury yourselves. I would please ask you to note my speech as I have spoken on behalf of Yemen and spoken about the desperate situation in my country. In this year, 2016, we do hope that you will support the people of Yemen. There are so many challenges to overcome in Yemen. I did ask you to stand up and to answer my request for you to do so, but unfortunately I was the only person to do that, and I will therefore leave the room now. Thank you.
Thank the distinguished delegate from Yemen. At this point, I'd like to thank my two colleagues here at the podium, the Minister from the Seychelles and Excellency from Liberia, for their remaining behind in solidarity with us all. I'd like to thank Member States for their patience and for their contributions to this discussion on delivering the 230 agenda. I'd like to thank our civil society organizations, UN agencies, especially our interpreters and the Secretariat, and now have the pleasure of handing over to our Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Madam Amina Mohammed, and thank you for your leadership and your patience in pursuing through this our ministerial dialogue on the 2030 agenda. I am happy to report that as part of this session, over 40 member states at the ministerial level were able to present their remarks. As we move towards tomorrow, as you are well aware, we will conduct two parallel roundtables which will be dwelling on the theme of healthy environment, healthy people. So I will announce the remaining speakers who unfortunately were not able to take the floor today, and they will be able to do so in the order that I communicate as of now on Roundtable 1 and Roundtable 2 of the Ministerial Review session. So the order of speakers for tomorrow for Roundtable 1 are United States of America, Argentina, Turkey, Fiji, Colombia, Brazil, Spain, Venezuela, Bangladesh, Sweden, Armenia, local governments major group, women major groups, and the Food and Agriculture Organization as part of UN agencies. With regards to Roundtable 2, which will begin as promptly as possible shortly before 11 a.m., the very same as Roundtable 1, the speakers' order will be Maldives, Japan, Samoa, Iraq, Fiji, no, Iraq, Italy. I'll repeat the order for Roundtable 2 for delegates' benefits, I am sorry. Maldives, Japan, second speaker, Samoa, Iraq, Italy, Marshall Islands, New Zealand, Mexico, Republic of Korea, Netherlands, Mauritius, Sierra Leone, Peru, Children and Youth, United Nations University. I have finally the pleasure of correcting an omission on the side of the Secretariat, which is Switzerland, which will be the first one in the order of speakers in Roundtable 1 as they yielded their time tonight. So we will send this information to you via email. I see a delegation registering, or? Madagascar. So we will...
Pray for the speaker.
Yes, no problem. And that is just the initial order of speakers for tomorrow. Nous aurons le plaisir de vous donner la parole.
We will give you the floor tomorrow, and we have taken note of your request. Don't worry.
And
before Tanzania.
can I request the distinguished delegation to approach the podium? I can see it from here.
So come up with it now. Come on.
We can see it. Kindly approach the podium. So we will send the order of speakers for tomorrow, and we thank you for your patience.
Ireland.
It's our pleasure. So the session is adjourned. Thank you, Madam Moderator. A welcome reception awaits you as of now. Thank you, heads of delegations. Thank you, ministers.
Thank you.